please. We'll now begin with the daily routine, beginning with presenting and reading of petitions, presenting reports of committees, tabling reports, regulations, and other papers, statements by ministers. The Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 1 year ago today, Nova Scotians and indeed the world learned of the tragic passing of young Rehtaeh Parsons. In the days, weeks, and months following her death, the outpouring of emotion, including anger, sadness, despair, and confusion, spilled out in neighbourhoods, schools, hospitals, courtrooms, and the media. It was clear that this vibrant, passionate young woman had touched the hearts and souls of people around the world. Her story and spirit live on today in better laws to protect victims, more services for vulnerable people to reach out to, and improved education on what it means to consent and have healthy relationships. Our thoughts today are with Rehtaeh's friends and family, in particular her parents, who have shown such dignity and strength in the past year. They both continue to focus their energy to help more young people get the help and support they need. Their actions give us all hope that through tragedy, there can be born a new hope for a better tomorrow. A tomorrow where young people are better protected from cowardly, faceless attacks online. A tomorrow where young people know where they can go to get the help they need. A tomorrow where young people know what a healthy, safe, and caring relationship feels like. Together as a society, we can do better. We must do better. And we will do better to be kind and respectful to one another. Rehtaeh's passing shone a light on real issues, real problems, and real gaps that some find uncomfortable to talk about. I commend the previous government for not shying away and showing a determination to do what government can to support a change in culture. But the kind of change that's needed, the kind of change Rehtaeh's memory deserves, cannot come from government alone. It must come from all of us, playing our part to build a more caring, a more compassionate, a more respectful society. We must share the responsibility of not being afraid to leave the sidelines and break the bystander syndrome when we see someone suffering or in need of help. Mr. Speaker, we all share a moral responsibility to do so. Mr. Speaker, Rehtaeh's story reminds us that we must always act, speak, and listen to others with compassion, respect, and empathy. We must also believe those who tell us that they have been sexually assaulted or raped. We cannot be bystanders. We must work to pick our heads up from our smartphones or computers or televisions long enough to see if someone in our life needs help. We cannot be afraid to tell someone they are not alone, because, Mr. Speaker, they are not. There needs to be help for everyone who needs it, and we as a society must believe victims. Anyone who is struggling, who feels bullied or alone, needs to know there is help, no matter how lonely they feel, how lost they might be, or what circumstances they may find themselves in. There is someone who cares and is there to listen. Whether they call 811, 211, the province's mental health crisis line, the Kids Help Phone, or go to the hospital, there are services and people ready to help. Today, Mr. Speaker, I ask each of us in this House, as well as all Nova Scotians, to reaffirm our commitment to do everything we can to help victims of violence, sexual assault, and bullying reach out to get the help that they need. 1 year later, Nova Scotians have not forgotten Rehtaeh and the other young people like her who have faced and may still be facing similar difficult situations. There are still feelings of sadness and confusion, but there is also real progress that has been made. There is a sense that her death will not be in vain, that those that love her will keep her memory alive, and those who might never know her will get the support they need because of her story. Today, on behalf of all of us, I wish Rehtaeh's parents and family peace. They remain in our thoughts and prayers. Mr. Speaker, I was honoured to attend Rehtaeh's funeral last year. During the service, Forget-me-nots were distributed as a symbol that we must not forget Rehtaeh or what happened to her. A simple yet beautiful flower that sent a powerful message. I planted those flowers on my balcony where they bloomed all last summer. A powerful reminder of a girl and a chapter in our province's history that none of us should ever forget. Mr. Speaker, I would now like to request a moment of silence to remember Rehtaeh.
We'll now have a moment of silence to remember Rehtaeh Parsons. Thank you. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to rise in response to the Minister's statement today on this important anniversary. It is truly hard to believe for all Nova Scotians that a year has passed since the loss of Rehtaeh Parsons, a loss that we all felt together as a province. And I am thinking, of course, first and foremost of Rehtaeh's family and friends, but in particular Glenn, Canning, and Leah, who I had the privilege and honor of getting to know a little bit. One of the honors of this job that we all have in this House, Mr. Speaker, is that from time to time we get to meet everyday Nova Scotians who go through the ups and downs of everyday life, including facing tragedy bravely when it comes their way, and that is definitely the case with Glenn and Leah and Rehtaeh's extended family, and we're all, I know, thinking of them today. As any Nova Scotian who has lost a family member knows, Mr. Speaker, as we all do at some time in our lives, first anniversary is a big moment because you've gone through the first Christmas, the first birthday, the first Easter, the first family vacation since that person's passing, and I can just imagine what the last year has been like for the Parsons family and all they have been through. So, Mr. Speaker, it's important that we tell the family of Rehtaeh Parsons today that we are all here, that we are all listening, that we are all learning, that we are all doing everything we can to prevent other families from going through what happened to Rehtaeh Parsons and to her family. You know, Mr. Speaker, one of the first things that did happen, I know, in my own family, and I'm sure is true in many others, is that it prompted some pretty pointed and important discussions around the family dinner table with our children. And I've sat down with Glenn Canning, and not as a politician and a Nova Scotian, but in a way as two fathers, as I have two teenage daughters myself. And I know that when Rehtaeh's death was in the news, we had in our house, as I am hopeful happened in thousands of households, a pretty serious discussion about cell phone use, about social media, about bullying, about cyberbullying. And Mr. Speaker, Rehtaeh has already given us that one gift in my family, as I hope that and know she has in thousands of others, that the awareness of the dangers today that our children face, boys and girls, young and old, are not the same as we faced ourselves, and we need as parents to get a hold of what those dangers are and do what we can as parents to protect our own children. As Glenn and Leah did everything they could. But that parents don't have all the tools and can't do it all on their own, and that they rely on those of us that sit in this place, Mr. Speaker, in positions of authority, to make sure that we do all that we can as a society to protect those that are victims in the way that Rehtaeh Parsons was victimized and too many others are as well. Because, Mr. Speaker, when one Nova Scotian is in danger, none of us are safe. When one young Nova Scotian faces online, in the real world, cyberbullying, bullying, sexual violence. When one Nova Scotian faces that, we're all in it together. None of us are safe. None of our children are safe. And so on this first anniversary, Mr. Speaker, it is so important that we all come together in one voice and send a loud and clear message, as we are doing today, together, government and opposition, as we are doing today, to every young girl that faces sexual violence, that faces cyberbullying and bullying, boy, girl, young, old, any Nova Scotian, that every young person that finds themselves victimized, they have to know there is always a place to go. There is always a place to turn. You are never alone with your troubles. That's what happens too often in these situations, Mr. Speaker, is that young person, likely a teenager, vulnerable already, doesn't know where to turn. And our job is to make sure there is always a place for them to go. To your parents, or a guardian, or a family member, or a teacher, or the principal, or your school bus driver, or any number of government agencies, police, mental health units, cyberbullying units, any number of places to call to get help. So let the word go out today from this place on this anniversary that we are all dedicated to making sure that every single young Nova Scotian knows they are never alone when they are victimized in the way Rehtaeh Parsons was victimized. That can be the greatest gift of all that Rehtaeh can leave to the next generation of Nova Scotians that face what she faced. Now, Mr. Speaker, a year ago, Rehtaeh's death brought a lot of worldwide attention on our little province here in Nova Scotia. And I know it wasn't the kind of attention that we want, but it came our way. And so the great challenge now is to go from that day to a day where worldwide attention comes to Nova Scotia because we are leaders in the prevention of bullying and cyberbullying and sexual violence. That's the kind of attention that we want. And Mr. Speaker, I just want you to know, sir, on the opposition side, we will work with any government, Liberal, NDP, or otherwise, to make that statement true. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sydney Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for providing a copy of her statement beforehand. I, too, am honoured to respond to the ministerial statement by the Minister of Community Services regarding the Rehtaeh Parsons. On behalf of the NDP caucus, our thoughts today are with families and friends of Rehtaeh Parsons, and with all Nova Scotians who were affected by her tragic death. I know there were many. It seems that almost everyone in some way can relate to Rhea's story, either directly or indirectly. In the days and week following Rhea's death, I spoke with people who were concerned about the ability of young people to access help when they find themselves in a crisis. People told me they were concerned about how technology was being used to violate the rights of young people, including the use of recording devices and the internet. People were frustrated. There seemed to be little recourse for people who violated the rights of others in these ways. And they were concerned about the sense of helplessness these victims were enduring. I shared their frustrations wholeheartedly, Mr. Speaker. In the days following Rhea's death, government vowed to take action. An action team on sexual violence and bullying was assembled to lead an immediate response to the events that led to Rehtaeh Parsons' death, and to recommend longer-term actions to deal with the broader issues including sexual violence, youth mental health, bullying, cyberbullying, substance abuse, as well as addressing societal norms and relationships. The province announced a total of $1.1 million to improve services province-wide to help ensure victims of sexual assault and their families can get help no matter where they live. A campaign was launched to raise awareness on the need to get consent before sexual activity and where to turn to for help if experiencing a crisis. And the Department of Justice got to work developing Canada's first ever cyber scan unit to investigate incidents of cyberbullying and to help ensure bullies pay the consequences. Like the minister, I too agree that the kind of change Retea's memory deserves cannot come from government alone. We all have a part to play in building a more respectful, caring, and compassionate communities. And like victims, we also have to have the courage to speak out when we see that someone is hurting. Not long from now, I hope we'll be able to look back at as Nova Scotians and see how far we've come in protecting against sexual violence, in supporting victims and their pursuit for justice. We will have Rhea Parsons to thank for that, along with her family and friends who are helping to lead this fight. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Deputy Government House Leader, I would like to make a request that we revert the order of business to the previous item, the tabling of reports, to allow the Honourable Minister of Finance to table a report at this time.
We'll now revert to the previous item on the agenda. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to table a certified copy of an order in Council dated April 3, 2014, pursuant to Section 27 of the Finance Act, respecting additional appropriations for the fiscal year 2013-14.
The report is tabled. We'll now move on to government notices of motion. Anybody? The Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas in August of 1914, Prime Minister of the day, Sir Robert Borden, hit the first ball to open the Brightwood Gold and Country Club in Dartmouth, and whereas famous people who have played the fairways of Brightwood include Gordie Howe, Henri Richard, Laurie Kane, to name but a few, and whereas Brightwood is a hub of the Dartmouth community, hosting dances, wedding receptions, and serving as a prime winter sledding location during its century-long service, therefore be it resolved that members of this House of Assembly join me in congratulating all those who hold Brightwood Golf and Country Club dear on their 100th anniversary and wish them all the best on their next 100 years. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Communities, Culture and Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Hannah Rutherham is a shining example of community spirit at the age of 13. And whereas for the past 4 years, once a month, Hannah has come up with a fundraiser, choose a nonprofit organization, and has given the monies raised to an organization. And whereas in March, Hannah's fundraiser was in support of the Cape Breton Regional Library. She spent a day at the mall reading to young children and selling used books. She presented her collection of $348 to the library on March 21st, 2014. Therefore, be it resolved that the House of Assembly join me in congratulating Hannah Rutherham, who has raised more than $8,500 for various charities, and applaud her commitment to community development and civic responsibility at such a young age. It is young people like Hannah who are our future and need to be recognized and encouraged to continue to do good work for Nova Scotians. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver and notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. We'll now move on to introduction of bills. The Honourable Minister of Justice and Immigration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to make a brief introduction before I table a bill.
Permission granted.
I'd like to make an introduction, and I would direct everyone's attention to the East Gallery, where I'm honored to have members of the Grandparents' Rights Association of Nova Scotia present with us this afternoon on such a beautiful and lovely day where we see the sun. With us today is the president of the association, Ms. Pauline Glenn, Faye Rood, Madeline and John Stone, Carl and Carolina Leon, and Burton and Linda Roberts. Can we please, thank you. It's now my pleasure to table a bill, to introduce a bill. An act to amend Chapter 160 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Maintenance in Custody Act.
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Immigration begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 160 of the Revised Statutes 1989 of the Maintenance and Custody Act.
Bill number 40, entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 160 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Maintenance and Custody Act.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The Honourable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Electricity Efficiency and Conservation.
The Honourable Minister of Energy begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Electricity Efficiency and Conservation.
Bill number 41, entitled An Act Respecting Electricity Efficiency and Conservation.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. We'll now move on to notices of motion. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Stephen Likely, a Spring Hill High School graduate and University of New Brunswick student, along with his team, appeared on the CBC television show Dragon's Den on March 26th to pitch a cleaning product developed by one of their professors that they say is better than all the rest. And whereas last April, this fourth-year chemical engineering student, along with Garrett Nelson and Greg Bailey, earned the CBC Viewers' Choice Award at the New Brunswick Innovation Foundation Breakthrough Competition, and earned the trio the opportunity to present their business plan for an environmentally friendly industrial hand cleaner that is non-toxic on the show. And whereas Dragon Jim Treliving, who has a major connection with Mr. Lube, the largest chain of quick oil change centers in Canada, was willing to front the team the $200,000 they were seeking for 22% of the company, therefore be it resolved that all members of this House congratulate Stephen Likely and his team for earning a business deal on the Dragon's Den and wish them continued success in the future. And Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas today, April the 7th, 2014, marks the week of official mourning and the 20th anniversary of the Rwandan genocide, where over 800,000 people were massacred. And whereas during the 100 days of violence, 13 brave Canadians were part of the United Nations Assistance Mission for Rwanda. And whereas Canadians are taking this time to remember and honor the memory of those innocent victims who lost their lives during this traumatic time in Rwanda, therefore be it resolved that the members of the Nova Scotia House of Assembly reflect on the hundreds of thousands of innocents that lost their lives and remember those who still carry unspeakable memories, and to be reminded that silence is no option in the face of tyranny. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Stacey Chestnut, a resident of Dartmouth East and founder and race director of Soul Sisters and founder and head coach of Girls Gone Gazelle, will for the third year be presenting the sold-out annual Soul Sisters women's race in Dartmouth on June 7th, 2014. And whereas Soul Sisters encourages women from all walks of life to engage in physical activity, have fun, and participate in this non-timed 5-kilometer run and walk. And whereas donations received from Soul Sisters Women's Race in Dartmouth support the free not-for-profit run club for young girls called Girls Gone Gazelle. Therefore, be it resolved that members of the House of Assembly join me to thank Stacey Chestnut and Soul Sisters for their community involvement and wish them many more smooth miles ahead. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. Just before we go on to the next notice of motion, I want to remind all the ministers on the government side that government notices of motion are intended for business to do with your portfolio. And if you have anything to do with your constituency business, that falls under regular notices of motion. So I just want to have that duly noted. The Honourable Member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Miss Lola Timmons, 5 years old, of Union Centre, Pictou County, takes great pride in fundraising to help other children and animals. And whereas Lola has generously raised money for Big Brothers, Big Sisters, Bowl for Kids' Sake the past 2 years, knowing that mentors help kids learn. And whereas Lola loves animals, especially sharks, asking for donations to the SPCA instead of birthday presents. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House of Assembly thank Ms. Lola Timmons for her generous, kind spirit and wish her the best as she continues her efforts to help children and animals. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The Honourable Member for Queens Shelburne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice on a future day to move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the Liberal government lost their voice last week in Law Amendments Committee, especially the Liberal backbenchers, and whereas the Liberal backbenchers sat for over 18 hours in Law Amendments Committee, listening to the public and never asked a single question, and whereas after reviewing the Liberal campaign literature, it does not say anywhere that the Liberals would remain silent on important issues. Therefore, be it resolved that the House of Assembly condemn the Liberal government, especially the backbenchers, for their silence, because in this case, silence is not always golden. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? No. I hear several noes. The motion is tabled. The Honourable Member for Hants East.
Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day, I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Nova Scotia is grounded in small business in every corner of the province, and whereas Freeze and Roy General Store in Maitland is Canada's oldest continually running general store, and whereas Troy Robertson and Glenn Ferguson have undertaken the rejuvenation of the Freeze and Roy General Store to return to its landmark position in the community, therefore be it resolved that all members of this House of Assembly congratulate Troy Robertson and Glenn Ferguson for their investment in rural Nova Scotia and commitment to rejuvenating a Nova Scotia treasure. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The Honourable Member for Kings North.
Mr. Speaker, hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas volunteers are the cornerstone of Nova Scotia's communities and who generously give their time and talent while expecting nothing in return, and whereas on April 7th more than 70 volunteers were recognized for the valuable contributions they make toward their communities in our province at the 40th Annual Provincial Volunteer Awards Ceremony, and whereas Shirley Reid has held numerous positions of leadership within the New Minas Lions Club, volunteers at local nursing homes, does palliative care, and volunteers to help seniors by sewing for them, taking them shopping, or driving them to their appointments. Therefore, be resolved that all members of this House of Assembly congratulate Shirley Reid of Centerville for her receiving recognition as the Volunteer of the Year for 2014 for the Village of New Minas, and thanking her for her making Nova Scotia stronger. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and pass without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Acadian Maple Products, located in Upper Tantallon, Nova Scotia, is a business owned by the Allaway family and has been involved with the Nova Scotia maple industry for 30 years. And whereas Acadian Maple is the largest purchaser and processor of Nova Scotia-produced maple syrup, exporting to markets worldwide, while constantly developing new products, and whereas Acadian Maple is an agritourism centre as well as a retail shop with a full range of maple, blueberry, and cranberry products, and sees an access of 30,000 visitors a year. Therefore, be it resolved that the Nova Scotia Legislature congratulates the Allaway family and the staff of Acadian Maple Products for its 30 years of success and dedication. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the Craig Gallery at Alderney Landing in Dartmouth exhibits work by local painters, sculptors, and interactive multimedia artists, and whereas graduating NASCAD students are selected for the studio residency at the Craig Gallery based on their dedication to community arts engagement and their artistic merit, and whereas current NASCAD studio residents opened Redux at the Craig Gallery in February to exhibit their work cultivated through the residency, therefore be it resolved that members of this House of Assembly recognize the work of the Craig Gallery and congratulate the NASCAD studio residents on their exhibit opening, wishing them continued success in their future artistic endeavours. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The honourable member for Pictou East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the town of Westville has chosen Babs and Carol McNeil as their 2014 representative volunteers, and whereas all residents of Westville are proud of all the McNeils have done and grateful for their untiring contributions to the town of Westville and the surrounding area, and whereas there is no way to measure the time or effort that this couple has generously contributed for over a half a century. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House of Assembly thank Babs and Carol McNeil for their tireless work as volunteers over such a long period of time and congratulate them for jobs well done. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River, and may I say welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I'm feeling much better. Thank you. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas 72-year-old Bible Hill resident Wayne McCormick has been volunteering in his community for as long as he can remember, and whereas some of the groups for which Wayne has volunteered include the Kinsman Club of Bible Hill, the Truro Bearcats, the United Way of Colchester, the Chamber of Commerce, and Boy Scouts, just to name a few. And whereas for his efforts and his assistance to numerous other organizations over the years, Wayne will be receiving a Provincial Volunteer Award in Halifax this month. Therefore, be it resolved that the Nova Scotia Legislature congratulates Wayne McCormick for his outstanding lifetime of volunteer work and wishes him great success in the future. And, Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Thomas David Travis served as Dalhousie University's 10th president from 1995 to 2013, and whereas Tom Travis' career has been devoted to post-secondary education, serving as a professor and administrator at several universities, and whereas in recognition of his contributions to post-secondary education, he was appointed to the Order of Canada in December of 2013. Therefore, be it resolved that members of the House Assembly congratulate Tom Travis on his appointment to one of the country's highest civilian honours, the Order of Canada, and wish him all the best in his retirement. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The honourable member for Inverness.
Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas CAA Atlantic's annual vote of the worst roads in the region runs from March 25th to April 25th, and whereas 5 of the top 10 worst roads in the region were from Nova Scotia as of midday last Wednesday, and whereas the Marble Mountain Road in River Dennis sat at number 5. Therefore, be it resolved that the Minister of Transportation institute a multi-year plan to repave it. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The honourable member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Big Brothers Big Sisters has been making a difference in the lives of Canadian children and youth for 100 years. And whereas Big Brothers Big Sisters currently serves over 1,300 children and youth in Nova Scotia. And whereas children and youth involved in the organization show increased self-esteem, perform better at school, and mature into confident, caring adults. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House of Assembly thank Big Brothers, Big Sisters, the mentors and the directors who work so well to improve the lives of children and youth, thereby benefiting our communities. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the Liberal government's introduction of broad and vague essential services legislation last week amounted to an unprovoked attack on working people and those who support the labour movement in Nova Scotia. And whereas the Premier may not be aware of this, but his legislation impacts not only tens of thousands of home care workers, nurses, ambulance dispatchers, paramedics, and anyone else who works with our growing population of seniors, but doctors as well. And whereas this is another very sad example of the Liberals saying one thing to get elected and then doing another thing once they are, therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House of Assembly ask the Liberals to actually listen to the Nova Scotians and admit their legislation is fundamentally flawed. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? No. I hear several noes. The motion is tabled. The honourable member for Lunenburg.
Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas for more than 50 years, Bob Sayers has been coaching soccer in Lunenburg County, and whereas the Mahone Bay resident founded the Lunenburg District Youth Soccer Association and was the first Atlantic Canadian to be elected Vice President of the Canadian Soccer Association, and whereas the inductee in 1992 of the Nova Scotia Sport Hall of Fame has enjoyed the ups and downs of the South Shore United Football Club, including guiding 10 teams to national tournaments. Therefore, let it be resolved that all members of this House of Assembly congratulate Bob on his hard work and dedication in teaching countless youth in Lunenburg County the game of soccer, and wish him well in his retirement from coaching. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The honourable member for Kings North.
Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas volunteers are the cornerstone of Nova Scotia's communities who give generously of their time and talents while expecting nothing in return. And whereas on April 7th, more than 70 volunteers were recognized for the valuable contributions they make to their communities in our province at the 40th Annual Provincial Volunteer Awards Ceremony. And whereas Ada McDuff of Centerville, a longtime member of the Centerville Good Neighbour Club and coordinator of its Big Breakfast for many years, co-founder of the Pins and Needles Handcrafts Group, who donates her time to work with Comfort Quills for donations to charities, the Baptist Church Annual Quilt Show, the Week of Vacation Bible School, and the 2 annual community dinners. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House of Assembly congratulate Ada McDuff of Centerville for being recognized as Provincial Volunteer of the Year for 2014 for the Municipality of Kings, and thank her for making Nova Scotia stronger. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The honourable member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Louise Hammond-Poirier has been an avid volunteer in our communities of Eastern Passage and Cow Bay for the past 33 years, and whereas she is a highly respected principal at Seaside Elementary School in Eastern Passage and within our community for her hard work and dedication on numerous committees, and whereas she has been nominated for the Order of Nova Scotia for 2014. Therefore, let it be resolved that the members of this House of Assembly join me in thanking Louise for her outstanding support and commitment within Eastern Passage and Cow Bay, and wish her continued success in all her future endeavours. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The honourable member for Pictou East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Lorraine Blakeney will be the 2014 Provincial Volunteer Representative for the Municipality of the County of Pictou, and she resides in Pictou East. Whereas Lorraine's list of volunteer activities and the number of years she has been volunteering set her apart from the ordinary. And whereas Lorraine has given tirelessly of her time and talents for the betterment of others. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House of Assembly thank Lorraine Blakeney for her selfless dedication to helping others and congratulate her on being chosen for this award. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The honourable member for Inverness.
Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Anne LeBlanc began working at the Cody Tompkins Memorial Library 24 years ago, and whereas she has brightened the lives of those visiting the library, and whereas the people of the Margarese came out to thank Anne for her service on March 29th, her last day of work. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House of Assembly acknowledge Anne LeBlanc for her dedication to the Cody Tompkins Memorial Library and the people it serves. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The honourable member for Clare Digby.
Mr. Speaker, I give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas students from across the province received on February the 26, 2014 at Government House the Respectful Citizen Award, and whereas this reward recognizes students who demonstrated leadership and a commitment to creating safe and inclusive spaces where bullying behavior is not accepted and respectful and responsible relationships are promoted, and whereas Michaela Francis from Digby was selected for the Lieutenant Governor's Respectful Citizens Reward, therefore be it resolved that all members of this House of Assembly join me in congratulating Michaela Francis for winning the Lieutenant Governor's Respectful Citizens Award for outstanding contributions to her school and community. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The honourable member for Hants West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I will move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Miss Allison Boyd was crowned Princess Windsor the 82nd Saturday afternoon at the Hants County War Memorial Community Centre before a near-sellout audience. And whereas Allison will now accept the roles and responsibilities involved in being a true ambassador for her town over the next year. And whereas as the result of her victory, Allison will also represent Windsor in the 82nd Queen Annapolisa pageant at University Hall in Wolfville on Friday, May 30th. Therefore be it resolved that all members of this House of Assembly congratulate Allison Boyd on winning Princess Windsor Saturday afternoon and wish her every success during the Apple Blossom Festival. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There's been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I make this motion on behalf of the MLA for Timberlea Prospect. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I will move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas in May 2013, Evan Turner suffered severe brain damage in an awful traffic accident where he was knocked from his bicycle in Timberlea. And whereas Evan has spent the best part of a year recovering from his injuries that have left him no longer able to eat, walk, or talk. And whereas Evan has worked hard with the support of his family and his community to get well enough to come home from the hospital, now therefore be it resolved that the members of this Nova Scotia House of Assembly send Evan and his family their best wishes for a full recovery. Mr. Speaker, I hereby request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The honourable member for Hants West.
Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I will move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the word oye means hear ye, which is a call for silence and attention, and is the traditional cry from a town crier. And whereas Lloyd Smith of West Brooklyn, Kings County, but exceptionally well known in Windsor West Hants area for his many years as a local town crier with a service dating back to 1978. And whereas Lloyd has now become the longest serving town crier in North America. Therefore be it resolved that all members of this House of Assembly congratulate Lloyd Smith on his many years of community support as town crier and wish him many more successful years in a profession which he represents in such an outstanding way. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Sydney Nickerson of Bridgewater has dedicated many hours to the local Special Olympics athletes to ensure a quality program is maintained, and whereas Sydney attends Dalhousie University since 2011, has traveled to Bridgewater to coach soccer, snowshoeing, and track and field programs on the weekends that includes athletes from Lunenburg, Queens, and Shelburne counties, and whereas Sydney is a role model for our community and has positively impacted the lives of many of our Special Olympic athletes through her volunteer work. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the House of Assembly thank Sydney Nickerson for the time and dedication she has given to the Special Olympics program and wish her luck and success for the future. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. The honourable member for Guysborough Eastern Shore, Tracadie.
Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Miss Ann Wallace of Monastery has been active in her community for nearly 70 years, starting as a school teacher, then becoming vice principal of Tracadie Consolidated School, her students remember her as extraordinaire. And whereas she has been an active member for over 60 years in her church, additionally is a noted publisher and published author of several books. Most recently published is the 150th anniversary for St. Patrick's Church in Merland, Mr. Speaker, 1862 to 2012. Whereas she is truly an outstanding citizen and neighbor who has and continues to help countless people, she consistently goes above and beyond a call of duty. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the House of Assembly recognize Miss Ann Wallace for her dedication to her community and former students, and she serves as an example to us all. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The honourable member for Waverley Fall River Beaverbank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Amy McLeod, principal of the Ashley Jefferson Elementary School in Fall River, is one of 40 principals across Canada being recognized for her leadership skills, which are based on letting other people's voices being heard, working collaboratively, and building relationships. Whereas the Learning Partnership, a charity that supports public education, selected the winners based on letters of support, geographic representation across Canada, and the nominees' ability to build partnerships with parents and improve student achievement. And whereas the winners will receive leadership training at the University of Toronto Rotman School of Management and a $20,000 award from Samsung in technology to their school. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the House of Assembly congratulate Amy McLeod for being selected one of Canada's outstanding principals. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There's been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Where Cynthia Kane grew up in Toronto, but spent summers with her grandparents and extended family in Nova Scotia, and while growing up in the church, singing gospel at the age of 3 years old, and later attending Sheridan College, studying music and theatre. And whereas she has a vast experience working as an entertainer, singer, and performing music theatres for Club Med vacation resorts, performing on stage with Michael Bublé and Natural 7, also Symphony Nova Scotia, and Her Majesty the Queen, as well as recording several CDs. Whereas Cynthia Kane has collected an East Coast Music Award nomination, and in 2011 was awarded the Galaxy Rising Star Award at the Halifax Jazz Festival, and in 2014 she received the African Nova Scotia Music Award as Artist of the Year. Therefore, be resolved that this House congratulates Cynthia Kane for her many accomplishments and in promoting social, soul, and gospel music throughout her many travels. Mr. Speaker, I'd ask for waiver notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Labour and Advanced Education.
Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas in 2010, volunteer Joan Embry started a sewing group in her Dartmouth home to make clothing for orphan children in Africa. And whereas the sewing circle, called Little Dresses for Africa, then moved to a donated room at Atlantic Fabrics in Dartmouth, whose letter now advertises the monthly sessions where volunteers can come and make girls' dresses and boys' shorts from donated material. And whereas the women of Little Dresses for Africa have made more than 1,600 clothing items which have been shipped to children in Africa, Haiti, and Jamaica with the help of local and overseas missionaries and volunteers. Therefore, be it resolved that the members of this House of Assembly congratulate those compassionate women for providing much-needed clothing for hundreds of orphan children overseas. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Mike Beliveau began his career in the grocery store business when he was 10 years old and secured a job sweeping floors and stocking shelves, and whereas in March 2014, Beliveau completed 51 years in the grocery business, 25 of those years as owner of Foodland, Tatamagouche, Colchester North. And whereas highlights of Belivau's career include winning national awards for his business, traveling to conventions all around the world, raising and donating hundreds of thousands of dollars to give back to the community through countless fundraisers, including his sponsorship of Student of the Month program at North Colchester High School for the past 23 years. Therefore, be it resolved, all members of the House of Assembly congratulate Mike Beliveau on his retirement on March 29, 2014, and thank him for his many years of public service and his support and commitment to his community, and wish him well as he enjoys his first vacation in 25 years. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice, passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas on Sunday, January 26, 2014, I had the pleasure of attending the Indo-Canadian Association of Nova Scotia's celebration of India's Republic Day, a celebration that marks the anniversary of the ratification of India's Constitution on January 26, 1950. And whereas India Republic Day is a national holiday in India marked by a speech by the President and then followed by a grand parade in New Delhi. All across the country, smaller festivities are held to celebrate democracy and to commemorate India's accomplishments. And whereas the Indo-Canadian Association here in Halifax organized a wonderful showcase of traditional dances and songs performed by talented young children and youth of the Indian community, and also served some delicious sweets and savories after the showcase to all who attended. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the House of Assembly congratulate the Indo-Canadian Society of Nova Scotia for striving to preserve their cultural traditions here in Nova Scotia, but more importantly for sharing those traditions with us and contributing to the enrichment of our community and our province. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The Honourable Member for Hants East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Melanie Medicraft of Lance is training for a half marathon in Washington, D.C. for the benefit of the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society of Canada, and whereas Ms. Medicraft is committed to raising $3,500 for the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society of Canada, and whereas Ms. Medicraft is engaging her community in fundraising efforts by coordinating the Power of Purple virtual 5 km Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House of Assembly wish Miss Melanie Metcalf the best in running her first half marathon and thank her for supporting cancer research in Canada. Mr. Speaker, I request a waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand on behalf of the Honourable MLA for Eastern Shore. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Rhonda Frank of Head of Chesuncook recently opened a new business called Artsy Fartsy, and whereas Rhonda has been teaching art classes at the local community centre and has now opened a beautiful new art studio in her own home, she has achieved a personal goal of becoming self-employed. And whereas students as young as 3 years of age will be creating unique artwork and reaching their creative potential under the guidance of Rhonda, which will help them set them on a path of lifelong creativeness, therefore be it resolved that members of this House of Assembly join me in congratulating Rhonda on opening Artsy Fartsy, as well as thank her for helping to foster creativity through art on the Eastern Shore. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The honourable member for Lunenburg.
Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the Nova Scotia Scotties Tournament of Hearts has long been the provincial women's curling championships, and whereas Bliss Joyce, originally of Lunenburg, has been a lifelong curler, and whereas as a member of the Heather Smith Rink of Mayflower Curling Club, Bliss and her teammates finished the tournament a perfect 8-0, en route to winning the provincial crown and the right to represent the province at the Canadian Scotties Tournament of Hearts in February. Therefore, let it be resolved that all members of this House of Assembly congratulate Bliss and her hard work and tremendous achievements in representing her hometown and province at the local, provincial, and national level. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The honourable member for Guysborough Eastern Shore, Tracadie.
Speaker, I hereby give notice on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas each year, communities across Canada celebrate National Volunteer Week to thank and honour people who donate their time to help others by supporting the causes in which they believe, and whereas on April 7, 2014, Mr. Dalton Walsh of Mulgrave will be honoured at the 40th Annual Provincial Volunteer Award Ceremony, and whereas through sharing of his time and talents, he has not only made tremendous contribution to his community, but to the province of Nova Scotia. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the House of Assembly recognize and thank Mr. Dalton Walsh for his dedication to his community and the province of Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The honourable member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am presenting this resolution on behalf of the MLA for Eastern Shore. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice on a future day that I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas engaging the youth of Nova Scotia is key to creating a strong community both locally and globally. One example of youth engagement is the Musquodoboit Harbour Leo Club, which was founded in the fall of 2013. And whereas the Musquodoboit Harbour Leo Club has raised over $1,700 through their various fundraising efforts for their community projects. And whereas the first community donation made by the Musquodoboit Harbour Leo Club was to provide residents of the Birches Nursing Home of Musquodoboit Harbour with Christmas gift baskets and poinsettias. Therefore, let it be resolved that the members of this House of Assembly join me in thanking the Musquodoboit Harbour Leo Club for their tremendous efforts in making the community of Musquodoboit a better place to live, and wish them success in their future efforts. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The honourable member for Waverley Fall River Beaver Bank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Dr. Cindy Forbes, family physician at the Fall River Family Practice, is, for the first time ever, one of 3 Nova Scotians women in the running of becoming president-elect of the Canada Medical Association. And whereas doctors across the province will cast their vote between Dr. Cindy Forbes, Dr. Maria Alexadis, and Dr. Kathy Felderhoff to decide who will go on to the 7th woman to hold the title since the association began in 1867. And whereas Dr. Forbes' focuses are on improved patient outcomes, work-life balance, promoting active living, and developing national human resource strategy. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the House of Assembly congratulate Dr. Cindy Forbes on her nomination and thank her for advancing the needs of her patients, as well as the medical profession of Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Wayne Hiltz of Bridgewater has been volunteering in the community for many years, and whereas Wayne brings his gift of music to such events as the annual Festival of Lights, and whereas Wayne is able to bring a smile to the faces of residents of Hillside Pines when his music is played, therefore be it resolved that all members of the House of Assembly thank Wayne Hiltz for his continued volunteerism and acknowledge the time and effort Wayne has contributed to his community over many years. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I make this motion on behalf of the MLA for Timberlea Prospect. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I will move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Cassie and Maggie MacDonald encompass everything you could ask for in a musical act, their talent is only surpassed by the joy with which they so generally share it. And whereas, while still staying true to their Celtic roots, Cassie and Maggie have explored and tested the boundaries of traditional music, bringing a breath of fresh air to the genre with their original compositions and arrangements. And whereas sisters, cohorts, and collaborators, Cassie and Maggie MacDonald, have been enchanting audiences far and wide with their infectious energy, driving rhythms, and lilting melodies. Therefore, be it resolved that this House of Assembly congratulate the tremendously gifted Cassie and Maggie MacDonald and wish them the very best as they continue their budding musical careers. Mr. Speaker, I hereby request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. The honourable member for Clare Digby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the Digby and Area Senior Safety Program has been reaching out to seniors in the local communities for 10 years, and whereas the program has helped many seniors in need and taught personal safety, home security, and safe independent living, and whereas the Senior Safety Program has played a real role in keeping seniors safe and healthy. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the House of Assembly join me in congratulating the town and municipality of Digby and the Digby Area Health Charitable Foundation for their dedicated and passion to seniors and families of our area. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary minded, nay. Motion is carried. The Honourable Member for Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Dwayne McLeod of Yarmouth was recently inducted into the Sigma Theta Tau International Society of Nursing, and whereas the Sigma Theta Tau International Society of Nursing is the second largest nursing organization in the world, dedicated to supporting the learning, knowledge, and professional development of nurses, committed to improving health worldwide by increasing the scientific base of nursing research. And whereas induction into this organization is a major honor for Dwayne McLeod, therefore be it resolved that the members of this House of Assembly congratulate Dwayne McLeod on this induction into the Sigma Theta Tau International Society of Nursing and wish him well as he pursues his chosen profession. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate. Thank you.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary minded, nay. Motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Labour and Advanced Education.
Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Mark Bischoff, CEO of the Bedford Environmental Solutions Company Lorax Systems Incorporated, has created a device which stops oil leaks from fuel lines. And whereas this device is called Line Guardian and is the world's first automatic, non-electrical solution to residential fuel line leaks. And whereas, in the case of theft or damage to a fuel line, Line Guardian immediately stops the flow of liquid from the oil tank, thereby preventing untold environmental contamination. Therefore, be it resolved that the members of this House of Assembly congratulate Mark Bischoff on Line Guardian, which will be marketed internationally once it attains regulatory approval. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary minded, nay. Motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Steve Henderson from East Mountain, Colchester North, built his first stock car in 1974, did not race, however, until the following year at the age of 16, and whereas Henderson was badly hurt in a crash at Scotia Speedworld in 1990 and decided to hang up the helmet in 1997, and whereas in 1999 he became a car owner on the regional Pro Stock Tour, has had numerous wins, and also became owner and operator of R&D Performance Center, which provides part requirements on and off the track. Therefore, be it resolved, all members of the House of Assembly congratulate Steve Henderson for being inducted into the Maritime Motorsports Hall of Fame in Petitcodiac, New Brunswick, where a plaque will be unveiled to commemorate his contributions and induction. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary minded, nay. Motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas on February 22, 2014, the Chronicle Herald hosted their Nova Scotia Spelling Bee, and whereas the competition is an impressive showcase of outstanding ability in spelling, with only 43 incredibly intelligent finalists from across the province, and whereas Natasha Jalal, an extremely bright student at Park West School, proudly represented her school and the community of Clayton Park West at this prestigious event. Therefore, be it resolved that the members of this House of Assembly applaud Nashita for being distinguished as a finalist for this competition and wish her the very best of luck with her future studies. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary minded, nay. Motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Gary Kent of Yarmouth has contributed hugely to Nova Scotia gastronomy with the development of East Coast ketchup, a new condiment that is unique because it is pink. And whereas Gary Kent, a master chef with 25 years experience, has developed this pink ketchup with an egg and oil emulsion, which is low in both calories and sugar. And whereas East Coast ketchup with the Cape Shoe Lighthouse on the label is already for sale in 27 locations across Nova Scotia, this condiment is a tremendous asset to Nova Scotia's reputation for gastronomical achievements. Therefore, be it resolved that the members of this House of Assembly congratulate Gary Kent on this creative accomplishment and wish him continued success in his profession. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and pass without debate. Thank you.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary minded, nay. Motion is carried. The honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Gary Johnson of Dartmouth has volunteered as a coach with the City of Lakes Boxing Club for over 30 years, and whereas under Gary's mentorship and training, 2 Olympians and several provincial champions and national-level boxers began their careers at the City of Lakes Boxing Club, which is now located in the North Woodside Community Centre. And whereas Gary was recently presented with a Community Leadership Recognition Award by the Dartmouth Community Health Board for his volunteerism and commitment to empowering youth through sport, therefore be it resolved that members of this House of Assembly congratulate Gary Johnson on this well-deserved award and sincerely thank Gary for his many decades of outstanding contributions to his community through volunteerism and youth engagement. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
I'll just interrupt the member for Dartmouth South that he's already done 2 resolutions today. 2. That's what I thought. Me, the Speaker. Go for the last line again there, member from Dartmouth South.
Mr. Speaker, once again I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There's been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary minded, nay. Motion is carried. He did one for me. Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Bill number 35 be read for a second time.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would move that the House do now move into consideration of estimates.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to speak on the debate going into supply, so I just want to make sure that's on at this time. All right. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak on address going into supply, where we'll examine the budget and the estimates, particularly today to speak to those youngest Nova Scotians, our most mobile Nova Scotians, those who are graduates of our universities and our community college, those who are making life decisions, Mr. Speaker, about where to live and work, whether it's going to be here in Nova Scotia or it's going to be down the road, whether it's out west or Ontario or somewhere else, Mr. Speaker. And we all know that Nova Scotia needs our young people to choose here more than ever before. We also know that the opportunities available to young Nova Scotians in other parts of Canada and around the world, the draw that they feel to go somewhere else has never been stronger than before, both because there are more jobs in other places, because there's more opportunity in other places, Mr. Speaker, but also because the cost of living, including our taxes, is better in other places. And if there were not already too much of a push that we don't want, Mr. Speaker, young Nova Scotians are graduating with ever more debt and an ever more urgent need to pay off that debt with their earnings, their after-tax earnings. For all those reasons, Mr. Speaker, we have watched records numbers of our young Nova Scotians graduate from our schools and colleges and universities and move away. And in the face of all that, Mr. Speaker, who gets the biggest kick in the pants by this first Liberal budget? It is our youngest, most mobile, most needed Nova Scotians. Because they are the ones that get targeted, Mr. Speaker. It is the oddest response. It is the most bizarre response to the problems our province faces that we have ever seen. In the face of the Ivany report, called Now or Never, which points out the incredible demographic challenge that we face, particularly among young working-age Nova Scotians, it is inconceivable that the Liberal government would target them, Mr. Speaker, for extra hardship. And I mean that, Mr. Speaker, in several ways. First of all, Mr. Speaker, we know that young Nova Scotians who use the graduate retention tax rebate program, they just got the largest tax increase in Nova Scotia's history. In many cases, by the elimination of that $2,500 tax rebate, they are facing an increase in their Nova Scotia provincial taxes, in their income taxes of 50, 60, 70, or 80%. Well, Mr. Speaker, they certainly will keep that in mind when they're deciding where they're going to live, where they're going to seek a job, where they're going to earn income, and when they do earn that income, use it to keep some more dollars in their pocket and pay off their student debts. It was quite a sleight of hand, Mr. Speaker, for the government a few days before the budget to pretend to be on the side of our students by eliminating the interest on student loans, an act that will save students $800 over their lifetime of paying back that student loan. And while that may seem like a good thing, Mr. Speaker, when you contrast that with the $50 million tax hike the government threw onto the backs of our most mobile, educated, needed Nova Scotians a few days later, it's pretty clear that the government not only gave with one hand and took with the other, but actually gave a few pennies and then took $50 million out of the pockets of young, mobile, graduate Nova Scotians, that group that Ray Ivany and others says we need so much. Mr. Speaker, it's really shameful that that is one of the centerpieces of this budget. The government has a tax review underway. And every time someone stands up and says we need tax relief, the government puts them off, saying that's all being reviewed. But these young Nova Scotians who received that rebate, they weren't told to wait for the tax review. They had their massive tax increase up front. Mr. Speaker, it's inconceivable that the government would target our young graduates in that way by eliminating that program. A program, Mr. Speaker, that actually at one point enjoyed the support, I believe, of all parties in this House. It was a progressive Conservative government some years ago that put it in place in an attempt to give young Nova Scotian graduates an incentive to stay and work in our province after they're done their school, and then supported and expanded by an NDP government that came later. For the same reason, Mr. Speaker, that we need more Nova Scotians. We need more working-age Nova Scotians. We need more young Nova Scotians. So how perverse is it that a new Liberal government would come in and put the largest tax increase in our province's history on the backs of those very people, those young people that we need the most? Now, Mr. Speaker, if that was not enough, young Nova Scotians got another kick in the pants in this budget, Mr. Speaker, tabled last week. And that is when they saw the sea of red ink that is going to continue to flow over the books of Nova Scotia for years to come. The big deficit that was tabled with the budget this year, the projections of deficits after deficits after deficits for the next years into the future, Mr. Speaker. The further driving up of our provincial debt to new record levels during the first term, hopefully the only term, of the Liberal government, Mr. Speaker, $1,100,000,000 more dollars in debt by their own admission in this first budget. Nova Scotians know we are already one of the most indebted provinces in all of Canada, and now they have a government that actually plans on purpose to make the problem worse. Now, Mr. Speaker, the reason we're all so offended by that massive pileup of debt is that we know who will someday be called upon to pay it off, and that is the youngest Nova Scotians who are doing everything right. They are going to school. They are getting a good education. They are taking out student loans to pay for it. They are aiming to fill the jobs of tomorrow, whether they're in our trades or whether they're in emerging industries or whether they're in our traditional industries, and they want to stay here. Mr. Speaker, like many MLAs, I like to spend as much time in our schools as possible. And when you ask classes of students, how many of you plan to move away when you graduate, almost every hand goes up. And that is a shame. Then when you ask how many would like to stay here at home if there was a job for you, almost every hand goes up as well. Very few go away because they want to. Almost all would stay if they had a job and the ability to earn an income and keep enough of it, their fair share after they've paid their taxes, to then pay off those student debts, to then use their own money to put down roots in this province, to buy a car, to buy a home, to invest in our local communities and in our local economy. That's why the graduate tax rebate program is there, to give that new generation of Nova Scotians a chance to do all those things. Because we know every time they sink another root down in our province, be it a home or a car or a job, we get another chance to keep them here living and thriving. But now, on top of the removal of that rebate, they know that their credit card is being run up another $1 billion by a new Liberal government, Mr. Speaker. 2 kicks in the pants. It is inconceivable. In the face of Ivany, it is inconceivable that a government would do that, Mr. Speaker. And how are they driving up the credit card? Not by investing in tax relief for Nova Scotians that creates jobs, not by bringing forward a brilliant new job strategy that might pay off down the road, just by driving up the expenses of government, Mr. Speaker, 5.5%. At a time in our economy where every other family has been asked or told to cut back and live within their means, this government blows the doors off on spending in their very first year. And that is not right, Mr. Speaker. That's why it is a do as I say, not as I do, Liberal government budget. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, there are those who say we should put some constraints on freewheeling Liberal government spending, like capping it at no more than the rate of growth in inflation in our population. And the wisdom of that formula looks pretty obvious today. There are no more Nova Scotians this year than there were last year. In fact, there are fewer. The inflation rate is 0.9% in the past year. Mr. Speaker, the government's going to spend 5.5% more, almost 6 times the rate of inflation, on the same or the fewer number of people to rack up the credit card to a new record. Now, I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, that those that advocate for some restraint on spending are going to make this point on their own. It is, for example, one of the main arguments made by the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, a group that has come into our office, and I'm sure into the Liberal offices in times past, to say the time has come to put a limit on all this spending on behalf of the next generation of Nova Scotians. And we have agreed with them, and the Liberals certainly led them to believe they agreed with them, but now they have a chance to prove it, and they blow the doors off, Mr. Speaker, and it is not right in the face of IVNY. When they have a chance to do something differently, they spend more than ever before. They spend so much they make the NDP look good, Mr. Speaker, and that's hard to do on the spending side. And so we will be following this up as we go department by department and see what all that spending is about. We already have seen some trends, Mr. Speaker. It's amazing to me that in the top-line administration, department after department, you see some of the biggest percentage increases. Mr. Speaker, do as I say, not as I do, is the message from the Liberal government. They want to invest more in programs in education, and we support a lot of that. In smaller class sizes and reading recovery and things that help our students succeed, we support those things. But then the administration budget for the Department of Education goes up by 20% at the same time. That is the wrong message to send to young Nova Scotians, Mr. Speaker. Both the PCs and the Liberals campaigned on reducing administration in health care, starting with the health authorities and bringing them down to a smaller number, Mr. Speaker. And we're prepared to urge the government along in doing that. But then we see the spending at the administrative level, at the Department of Health, headquarters in Halifax, going up by over 10%. That's more administration in health care, not less. That's not leading by example. How does the Minister of Health have the authority to go to the health authorities and say, you have to be leaner in administration when he's padding the top of the health budget in the administrative level, Mr. Speaker? That is not right. That is do as I say, not as I do, from the Minister of Education, from the Minister of Health. And then, of course, Mr. Speaker, we can go to the very top and look at the departments that are the responsibility of the Premier of Nova Scotia and see that the parade of spending goes on there as well. When department after department, in the Premier's office, Executive Council office, priorities and planning, all the ones that are supposed to direct restraint on the rest of government, follow along on this parade of spending, Mr. Speaker. That is not right. That is, again, an example of do as I say, not as I do. That average Nova Scotian family struggling to get by on some of the lowest wages in Canada, at the same time paying the highest taxes, the highest power rates, the highest HST, the highest income tax, sometimes the highest corporate tax and property tax. And they are being told to cut back while their government spends more at the top. That's not right. And finally, Mr. Speaker, we'll come to the deficit itself and the glaringly obvious message of the budget that if they had just held the line on spending, no cuts, just don't spend more, we would have had a surplus for Nova Scotians today and $100 million left over after that. That's how much this splurge of spending is costing us, Mr. Speaker, that if they just held the line, no cuts, just don't spend more, we'd have a surplus and $100 million that could be used for meaningful tax relief or meaningful debt relief for Nova Scotians. But no, the government turned its back on that and went on with the same old way of spending, and that's what's wrong with this first Liberal budget. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to rise here in my place today to speak. And I'd also like to speak about the youth of our province. So I guess we're on the same topic today, but in various capacities. So I'd also like to first remind the members of this House, as well as all Nova Scotians, that in fact it was our previous NDP government who began the whole the rebate program for the graduates, which is successful and has been successful. And unfortunately, I've been getting a lot of emails from young people who are taking courses now who are very upset that they won't be able to get what they were promised by this government. So I wanted to say thank you to the Leader of the Opposition for his kind words about the program which our NDP government started. And I want to say I'm really, really sad to see that the Liberal government has decided to cut $45 million from the budget on the backs of our postgraduate students. Today, Mr. Speaker, April 7th, 2014, is in fact an historic day in our province. As has been mentioned earlier in the House, it is the unfortunate anniversary of the death of a young woman, Rehtaeh Parsons, who chose to end her life because of bullying that she was receiving from many, many people, faceless, nameless people, as well as people that she knew. And like many others in this House and across the province, my thoughts today are with the family of Rehtaeh Parsons and with her friends and with all Nova Scotians who've been affected by her tragic death. You know, I've said in this House on many occasions now in the 4.5 years that I've been in government what a sad state of affairs our society is in when we have to rise to our feet and address these kinds of sad, and very unnecessary issues where young people are either murdered by others or who are forced to take their own life because of the actions of others. Following Rehtaeh's death, I personally heard from a number of people, many people, who were concerned about the ability of young people to access help when they find themselves in a crisis. And I remember reading at the time that Rehtaeh, while alive, said repeatedly that she felt so alone. She said, "I feel so alone," because nobody seemed to believe her when she told them that she had been raped, that she'd been attacked, that she had been abused. She went to the police, and they didn't do anything. They said, "Well, we don't have any proof." She felt completely cut off, as if what had happened to her didn't matter, hadn't happened, and in fact she started to probably feel like she was going a little crazy, because if she was the only person who believed it had happened, then where is everybody else in the world on this issue, and why are they not believing her? Personally, as a woman herself who has been attacked over the years, once or twice in my young years, I know that feeling. And I know the hopelessness and the powerlessness that you can feel. And I know that many women in Nova Scotia have actually experienced the same thing. And many of us have not ever stepped forward to try and get the help that we needed, or to in fact inform authorities about the fact that anything had happened. In fact, many of us tried to just sweep it under the carpet. We thought, "I'm strong. I will carry on. It's just my body. It's not me that this has happened to. In fact, my mind is fine. I can just pretend it never happened, and I'll just go on about my life as if it was just a dream." But guess what, Mr. Speaker? Eventually, there comes a time when you try and sweep enough things under that carpet, eventually there comes a point where you have to lift up the corner of the carpet, and you see a bunch of ugly eyes staring back at you. And that is the time, Mr. Speaker, when all of a sudden you realize it's been following you all along, and that you never did anything to try and help yourself to deal with the feelings, the emotions, the aftershock, the trauma that goes along with it. And in fact, in Nova Scotia today, not enough women step forward and speak out. And we need to change that, Mr. Speaker. I would also like to say it's not just young women, it's men too. There are many men who are attacked in our society. And there's a young woman in Truro, actually, Miss Margaret Major, who has the Sexual Assault Centre. And we've talked numerous times about how many men come through her doors searching for help. Not enough men, because again, in our society, it's probably frowned upon for men to admit that they're vulnerable, that perhaps they are vulnerable to attack as well, because they're supposed to be manly and fight it off. Well, not everybody can fight it off, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, some people have even said to me over the last several months, you know, young people, young teenagers, how could they hurt a woman like you, somebody powerful, somebody who's got a job, who's got money, who, you know, exudes power and authority? Well, I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't matter the age. In fact, in my case, it was a teenager who attacked me years ago. a teenager much younger than myself. And although I tried my best to fight it off, I was unsuccessful. And I have had to fight with that within myself to this very day, because I've never really dealt with it until now. And I've dealt with many things in my life, Mr. Speaker. I've dealt with alcoholism. I'm going to be 18 years sober this coming April, and I'm very proud of that fact. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And, you know, some people might say, well, you know, you were drinking at the time, so you deserved what came to you. Or, well, you were in the wrong place at the wrong time. You should have been home and being like a good little girl, so it was your fault. Or, you were wearing the wrong clothes. Oh, look, you were showing cleavage, or you had a short skirt on. You deserved it. Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, but these kinds of arguments are of the past. They are old-fashioned. They are the old boys club, and they do not wash anymore in my heart or in our society. I would believe that every single member sitting here in this House today would agree with me on this. Enough is enough, Mr. Speaker. Young women, young men, and even older women and older men deserve to be safe in our societies. They deserve to be able to go out for a walk on a summer's evening and not be afraid that they're going to be attacked sexually or otherwise. And I would like to be somebody who would help to lead us all in a project where we try and do every single thing we can possibly to bring the public attention to this blight on our society, and to try and get every single person to agree we must do a part in changing it. We have to change it with the way we treat others. We have to treat others with respect. We also have to treat our families with respect. Even just ordering people around, barking at people, saying no, or being angry with people, losing your temper at an airport, losing your temper at somebody who's not working fast enough for you. These are all types of abuse, Mr. Speaker. There's verbal abuse, there's emotional abuse, there is psychological abuse. There's many abuses that are going on right now in homes in Nova Scotia. And there are many men as well as women who are dealing with this issue. Last year, I produced a play in Truro for International Women's Day, and it was called Invisible Prison. And it was by Joy Laking, a wonderful visual artist, and it was her first play. And it was about domestic violence. And the reason why I really wanted to produce the play was because 14 characters were women, all true women who had true stories to tell of things that had happened to them here in Nova Scotia. And there were 2 men in the play. And the men were not protagonists. They were victims too. So my message today is that we need to work together. I believe we've started well. Our government last year, our NDP government, introduced the Cyber Safety Act. And in fact, we introduced the Cyber Scan Investigation Unit, which I have to say is a fantastic unit. Some people in the press or the media or different lawyers have said, oh, but it's against freedom of speech. Actually, it's not. There is this hole in the system which Rehtaeh Parsons fell through, where she went to the police, but the police didn't have any proof yet that something had happened. If the cyber scan unit had been in place, she could have gone to them and said, I am being cyberbullied. I am being constantly harassed on a day-to-day basis, and they are sending a picture of me around from friend to friend to friend. And although you can't really tell it's me, they're telling people it's me, and I know it's me. And I was unconscious at the time of this attack, and I did not give my approval for this sexual encounter. And so today, a person like that would be able to go call the 1-800 cyberscan unit number, and they would call them back. They would sit down with them. They would go over the details of the attack. They would ask them for any kind of proof that they have, and then they would go after the people and try to prove and try and see who is actually telling the truth and who is not. and it works. There have been now over 100 cases that have been reported, and interestingly enough, it's not just teenagers. This particular act is for people of all ages, and as I've already said, it's not just teenagers who are being attacked and sexually assaulted, it's adults as well. It does not matter the age, it does not matter your race, it does not matter your job. You could be in a parking lot. The nurses who go off in parking lots, leaving hospitals at night, they are threatened oftentimes by people lurking in parking lots. It's very dangerous. The same in garages, parking garages that are supposedly closed. You never know. And once you've been attacked, I can tell you, it stays with you. And you always look twice. You look behind you, you look in front of you, you look in the back seat. If you're in the shower, where in fact it happened to me, I feel scared taking a shower now. I have to have my eyes open all the time so that I can see, make sure nobody's coming into my apartment. It changes you for life. And that's why this government, our governments together, need to work towards zero tolerance in our society for any kind of sexual assaults, for violence against women and girls, and in fact violence in general. In closing, I would like to say to Rataya's family that I know they've been through an awful lot, and they are very brave, and they've been very courageous, and I really appreciate their pushing us to do something, and in fact never giving up, even after losing their dear loved one. And the same goes for any of the young women who have families here in Nova Scotia who have gone missing, who've been found murdered, and to the Aboriginal women and girls, the missing Aboriginal women and girls right across this country, many of whom have just remained numbers, and that needs to change. I'm glad all three of our leaders have gone to Ottawa and made a statement that we do not appreciate this silence on behalf of the federal government, and that in fact, Canadian society is ready to do something about it. So on that note, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take my leave and say, let's get the job done. Thank you.
Motion is carried. We'll now recess for a minute, just while we ask the Deputy Speaker to take the chair.
The Committee of the Whole House on Supply will come to order. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would now ask that you call the estimates for the Premier's office, which would be estimates E18, E21, and E25.
I recognize the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Listen, it's a great honor for me to be here today to begin estimates in this historic chamber. I'm thrilled to be joined by Catherine Blewett, who's the Deputy for Internal Government Affairs, and Doug Stewart, who's with Treasury Board. I want to say to all members of this House and anyone listening how fortunate I was when I became the Premier of the province of Nova Scotia to have so many great public servants who work in the Premier's office, some of them in the gallery here, who have worked extremely hard, not only on behalf of this government, but previous governments have committed their life, quite frankly, to service to the people of this province, and we are that much better off because of their commitment. And no matter what happens on Election Day, they continue to provide great advice and great insight for the people of this province, Madam Chair, and we all should continue to recognize that as we go about our daily business here in this House, and recognize that while the to and fro on this floor of this House may be between different political parties and different views how to move the province forward, there's one constant, and that is the public service and the people who work in my office. As well as I have with me the Deputy Bernie Miller, who has come from the private sector to join us in my office of PNP. And Bernie brings with him a great wealth of knowledge from the private sector, Madam Chair, and has done a tremendous job so far of helping us to continue to build and change direction for the people of this province. I look forward to this exchange back and forth with the two leaders or members of the two caucuses so that we can continue to make sure we pour over the estimates so that Nova Scotians get a full picture of the direction where we're headed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I now recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And let me just begin by welcoming the Premier's officials to the House of Assembly here this afternoon, Ms. Blewett, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Miller, who is new to government, and so just joining the Premier in welcoming them here. I know them all to be very capable people, and certainly I expect we're going to have a good exchange this afternoon. And if I just may for a moment, I do admire people that leave the private sector to go into government, and I know Mr. Miller is going to be experiencing his first time through this, so I want to say a special welcome to him, only because it's his first time, along with the other two. Madam Chair, the examination of the estimates by the opposition is one of the most important functions that we fulfill in our parliamentary system. It is as old as time itself. Even the language that we use reflects the ancient imperative of the opposition to examine the spending power that the government has through the estimates process. And we do intend to take that job very seriously and to do it with vigor and enthusiasm. So I am pleased to hear the Premier's opening remarks about the importance of the process that we are about to undergo. And so I would like to open up the examination of the Premier's estimates today, first by taking a look at the directive that came from the Premier and from central government to find the 1% savings across all government departments, the savings that, if they were found, would leave the provinces in a much more balanced position than the budget foresees today, Madam Chair. For example, I know that the original idea of looking for a 1% savings from all departments except for health and education was in the Liberal Party platform, the one that they sold to Nova Scotians in the last election. Now, when a government comes to office, it is the central agencies, the Premier's departments of government that oversee its implementation, that essentially provide the direction to the other departments to find those 1% savings. Sadly, Madam Chair, in 14 of 17 cases, departments did not identify the 1% savings that the Premier had spoken of. So let me just start with the Premier's own departments and see where we are with the 1% savings there, because they were not exempted like health was and education was. And I will start with the priorities and planning, Madam Chair. Likely the very central agency where the direction to find 1% would have come from, and the place where one would expect leadership to be shown in saving 1% on its own. I'll just ask the Premier in his priorities and planning budget. And note that salaries and benefits are going up by $400,000 from forecast of the year just ended to the estimate for the budget year, the equivalent of 4.1 people. I wonder if the Premier could tell us why priorities and planning is not following its own direction on the -1%.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. You can tell I'm excited to be here today, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to thank the honourable member for the question, but indeed, at policy and planning, Madam Chair, if you look, there's been a reduction, quite frankly, of 0.8%, Madam Chair. The leader of the Conservative Party has already alluded to the fact that we have seen an increase this year of 3% across all departments. But even in that, Madam Chair, policy and planning was able to reduce, including the increases that were mandated and were part of some of the collective agreements. We were still able to find the 8%, 0.8%.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Opposition Party.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess it's a matter of debate whether you should take the actual results for the year that has just concluded and compare those to the budget, which is the way most Nova Scotia businesses and households would look at these things, in which case we find that policy and planning is increasing by almost 25% over the previous year. But I do understand that in government, sometimes things are counted in a different way. 0.8 is close to 1, and I don't want to quibble about that, so I appreciate what the Premier just said. But nonetheless, there will be, the budget foresees the addition of 4.1, or let's say 4 people, to the priorities and planning complement in the coming year. And let me just ask the Premier if he intends to fill those vacancies as the budget foresees, and if so, will he be following the government's own fair hiring policy when he fills those positions?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
I want to thank the leader as well, but I have to disagree with his position, Madam Chair. There are 2 members who are now not in policy and planning who have been seconded. Madam Chair, those positions still have to be part of our budgeting process because they have the ability to move back and come back and take their existing jobs. Madam Chair, there are 2 positions that have where one is retired, and 2 others, Madam Chair, that right now are vacant. We are in the process, like every department, of looking at and analyzing to see whether or not those positions need to be. But from an accounting point of view, we needed to count for those positions that were in that department. It would be inappropriate, Madam Chair, for us to not count for those positions when, in actual fact, members have been seconded to other departments.
I recognize the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I understand the Premier's answer correctly, there are 2 secondments that are accounted for in priorities and planning. I would, in a moment, ask him to share with us where those 2 people are currently seconded to. He indicated there's a retirement and a vacancy that they're reviewing whether to fill. Madam Chair, when the Premier filled the position of Protocol Officer, he chose to ignore the government's own fair hiring policies and instead pluck a fellow Liberal from the ranks of the unemployed and just put them in the job. I would like to ask him, in the event that he does fill these positions, will he this time follow the government's own fair hiring policy?
I recognize the Leader of the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me begin by saying how fortunate we are to be well served by the Protocol Office, Madam Chair. As people in this House and this province would recognize, Madam Chair, the Executive Council has continued to appoint protocol officers in this place. As a matter of fact, we have 2 of them, one at the Lieutenant Governor's residence and one here. We have a very highly qualified Nova Scotian who is fulfilling that mandate as well when it comes to looking at and I will also add, Madam Chair, that is not a member of the civil service, and any position that we as a government put in the civil service will go through the fair hiring practices.
I recognize the Honourable, the Leader of the Official Opposition. It's been a long weekend even after last week. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I need to remind the Premier of his own government's fair hiring policy. It does cover civil service positions. It provides exemptions when the government chooses to exempt a position from the civil service, but the position of protocol officer is not one of the allowed exemptions from the fair hiring policy under the government's own rules. And so I will just ask the Premier if he could share with us where the two secondments are, and secondly, with the other positions, when he fills them, will he be following the fair hiring policy this time?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can't, off the top, tell him where the two have been seconded, but I'll certainly get that information for him and provide him with this House. And as I have said all along, Madam Chair, any positions that we are putting into the civil service will go through a fair hiring practice.
I recognize the lead. Oh. I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You recognized me even before I popped up that time, so here we go. Madam Chair, I would like to move on to the Premier's office itself, another office that is the responsibility, obviously, of the Premier. In the Premier's office, the budget item for salaries and benefits will grow by 5%. This time I'll use the government's accounting, which is estimate to estimate. The number of full-time employees stays the same, so I would ask the Premier if he could illuminate us on why that line item is growing by 5% at a time when so many others are being told to settle for less.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to let the member know that we have the same number of employees in our office as was the previous office. We have entered into contractual agreements with people who work in my office. There's a provision there to look after a 3% increase, as well as they would also know that as part of that, in the changeover of government, there was a portion that was actually we had to pay out that dealt with some of that. So,
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if the Premier could tell us where the NDP severance provisions, the very severances that he made a big issue about in the fall session of this House, are accounted for in his budget.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
As I'm sure the member know, they were paid for 13-14. Are you wanting to know where they're accounted for? They're accounted for in the restructuring.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, in the Premier's own office estimates, the amount that is charged to other departments grows by 30% or $23,000. It may not seem like a lot of money, but it certainly has the effect of making it look like the Premier's office has followed its own rules around a -1% target estimate to estimate. And I would like to ask the Premier if he could enumerate for us what's in that extra amount being charged to other departments, or is that just an accounting way of looking like you're hitting the -1%?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Madam Chair, I'm not sure what the Leader of the Opposition is referring to. We have the same number of employees. We've had a reduction, Madam Chair, and if you look at the overall of all of the services that fall under the Premier's office, each of them have come, if not close to the 1%. Some have exceeded that. Overall, we have a 2% reduction in expenses that fall under my purview, and been very grateful for the hard work put forward by the people who work at my offices to actually find those savings and actually continue to deliver top quality services to people of this province.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me point the Premier to his own office budget page, which is page 20.11 in the estimate book. The line item in question is the amount under gross expenses, which are higher than last year, despite his target of -1. It's entitled Less Chargeable to Other Departments, and the figure grows by $23,000 estimate to estimate, or just enough to make it look like he's following his own rules on the -1%, and I'm wondering how the government arrived at the $105,000 figure of chargeable to other departments, because it looks like it was put there solely to give the appearance of meeting his 1% target.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Madam Chair, I can actually get the complete breakdown of that particular number. I would add, Madam Chair, that number is substantially less than has been historically, if you go back over the look of this out of the Premier's office. But I will certainly find the breakdown of that 23, the number 23 he's looking for.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We'll now move on to the Executive Council office for a moment. Just let me find my page here. This is an example of an office, Madam Chair, that did not meet the -1% target either on a forecast to estimate basis or on an estimate to estimate basis. It is up in either case. The Executive Council office reports to the Premier. He is the one, both in his election document and through direction to the rest of government, told everyone else to come up with -1. Why is there not a -1 reduction in his own Executive Council office?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Madam Chair, we see a reduction actually in the Executive Council's office, Madam Chair. The total has a reduction of $21,000, Madam Chair, as well as he would also see there's been a reduction in full-time staff.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madam Chair, there's a increase in the Executive Council total budget from 2285 forecast to 2299. That is an increase. It's not a big one, but it is in the opposite direction of the direction that he provided to the rest of government. On an estimate-to-estimate basis, the reduction does not meet the 1% target, and my question is, I guess I'll lump them all together just for the benefit of the House. In 3 out of 5 cases, the Premier's own departments did not meet the -1% target that he provided to the rest of government. I'd like to ask the Premier, maybe in more general terms, why is that standard not being applied overall to your own departments?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Madam Chair, I'm not sure where the Leader of the Opposition is adding up his numbers, but in every department that falls under my purview, there's been a reduction. In some cases, it was 0.8, 0.9. There was others in its totality, Madam Chair. It was a 2% reduction over our departments. At the same time, when in some cases we had to actually fulfill a contractual obligation of 3% pay raise. The work's done a tremendous amount of work. The staff has done a tremendous amount of work of reaching in and finding savings, and we're looking forward, quite frankly, to continuing that good work once this budget passes, as we head into this spring and summer and head into the fall, continuing to look for savings on behalf of the people. But absolutely, the offices that fall under the Premier have had a 2% reduction, and it's been a great credit to the hardworking staff in the departments that I represent.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I certainly recognize the hard work that the public service of the Government of Nova Scotia provides, and I can imagine that it wasn't easy to go out and look for 1% savings across all departments except for health and education, as important as it is to try and do that. Madam Chair, by all accounts, in the estimate book, 14 out of the 17 departments, not counting health and education, did not hit their 1% target. So we'll ask the Premier to account to this committee why his own government departments did not hit the 1% target, and why the ones in his under his own oversight that didn't hit it either.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we more than met the 1%. We exceeded it. There was about $76,000 in savings across departments, either through savings or program changes, Madam Speaker. And through that whole process, Madam Chair, he referred to the offices that fall under mine. We more than exceeded that. We had a 2% reduction And it would have even, Madam Chair, we would have had a much greater savings through the hard work of the people of this province. But as part of the Federation, we've committed to hosting an Women's Aboriginal meeting here, which is $240,000, which is an expense that we as a province will incur. It's a one-time expense. I'm looking forward to that happening. I believe all Nova Scotians would believe it's a good expenditure on behalf of the people of our province, that we continue to work and build on a relationship with the First Nations community, not only here but across the country, because quite frankly the First Nations communities in this province have been leaders in so many ways, and particularly in the education file. And we're seeing so many great results from that. But let me be clear, there has been a tremendous amount of savings put forward in a very short period of time. I congratulate the ministers, I congratulate the staff that have worked so hard on that, and we're also keeping our commitments to the people of this province. And I would encourage all members of this House, if they have questions directly related to other departments, that the ministers are more than capable and willing to respond to those.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sure that most Nova Scotians that have looked through the budget and its deficit of $279 million and its 5.5% increase in departmental spending will be scratching their heads trying to reconcile that to the Premier's answer that all departments found their 1% reductions. Madam Chair, the departments that are the responsibility of the Premier include Aboriginal Affairs, Executive Council, Policy and Planning, the Premier's Office, and Intergovernmental Affairs, and then there's a grant to the Council of Atlantic Premiers. When you add the spending in the budget for all of those areas, and if I've missed one, I welcome the Premier to add to the list, but the forecasted year-end spending for the year just ended, which we'll call the NDP year for the sake of efficiency, was $11,899,000. The estimate for the new year, the Liberal year, if I can say it that way, is $12,305,000. That's an increase. Premier had working for him when he came into office a forecast of 84.4 full-time equivalent people, and is now budgeting for 89, which is an increase. Madam Speaker, I guess what we're truly trying to do here is to examine not just the estimates, but the issue of leadership and whether the Premier follows his own direction. The fact that you see an increase in the Premier's departments, or forecast to estimate, in some cases even estimate to estimate, shows that the Premier's departments didn't follow the minus 1%. Maybe that's why in 14 out of 17 cases across all of government departments, neither did they, Mr. Speaker. So I would like to ask the Premier if he can explain to the people of Nova Scotia how he can say that the departments hit their minus 1% targets, and so did he, when overall spending, departmental spending, is clearly up by almost $400 million.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I've said already a number of times in this House, Madam Chair, there's some contractual obligations that we as a government had to meet, which in turn was a cost that was associated with a 3% increase across the entire public sector, Madam Chair. So every department would be affected by that. But there's been the 1% savings that the Leader of the Conservative Party is looking for. It was found in the departments it was required to be found in. I'm very pleased at the work that was done on behalf of the people that fall under my purview, Madam Chair. There was a reduction of 2%. And I'm continuing to look forward. But I don't want people at home to feel that that's where it stops. We're continuing to work as an organization, continue to find savings to quite frankly, live within our means. We made a decision, a very conscious decision, when we spoke to Nova Scotians in the general election, that they saw education as a priority. We are making investments in public education to ensure that young Nova Scotians, quite frankly, get the same opportunity that we have. And we also have obligation and commitments that we have made to Nova Scotians around health care. And we as a government believe we need to strike a balance between getting ourselves back to fiscal balance, at the same time providing Nova Scotians with the services that they require. We have a reduction of almost half of the previous year's deficit, Madam Chair. Of course we'd like to be at balance today, but it was, as Nova Scotians told us time and time again, not only during the election but since the election, it would be reckless, quite frankly, to slash and burn that has been suggested by some people in this House. It would be much more prudent, quite frankly, to ensure that we shore up, invest in those services. It's why we're investing in Nova Scotians, ensuring more apprenticeship opportunities, providing more research grants in this province for university students to be able to stay and find and work their job here. And it's why we focused on graduate to opportunities, because it is the job, quite frankly, that will keep these people in this province. And we will continue to move our government back to fiscal solid ground and reach balance. But let me be clear. My offices are operating at 2% less. At the same time, salaries have increased by 3%.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Well, Madam Chair, I guess Nova Scotians didn't see the fine print in the Liberal Party platform when they thought 1% actually meant the budget would go down by 1%. Madam Speaker, the Premier refers to slash and burn, and I just want to say for the record that the reason we're pursuing this line of questioning is because the simple math of the budget shows that even if the government just held the line on spending, cut nothing, just don't spend more, Nova Scotians would have a surplus today, and in fact they'd have $100 million more that could be used for real debt relief or real tax relief. But that's not the decision that the government chose to go in. They chose to increase spending by 5.5% overall. Premier refers to the Departments of Health and Education, which were exempted from the 1%, the minus 1% rule, such as it is a rule, since so few actually hit it. But, Madam Speaker, even there, we see that some of the fastest increases in spending are on the administrative side, the very place where Nova Scotians want a government to look first for savings before they move on to other things. Madam Speaker, I hear the Premier's answer about the fact that there are contract obligations that have to be met, but it's as if that suddenly dawned on the government after the election was all over, that they didn't know that there were contracts that went beyond October 8th when they made the commitment to the people of Nova Scotia that they would find 1% savings across all government departments except health and education. And they rightly would have assumed that the Premier would apply that own standard to the departments that he himself is responsible for. Now, we can argue back and forth on the numbers, but the fact of the matter is, Madam Chair, that by no accounting is this government spending 1% less today in those departments or in the Premier's own departments than they were before under the previous government. Madam Speaker, I would like to move on, if that's all right, and I do want to move to the Department of Intergovernmental Affairs, which is where the Protocol Office resides. Madam Chair, there's been quite a bit of information come into the public domain about the hiring of a protocol officer shortly after the government was elected. I would like to direct the Premier's attention to the email exchange that has been publicized since this House last met between Ms. Glennie Langell, who is the new protocol officer, and Mr. Kirby McVicker, who is the Premier's Chief of Staff. In fact, there is one particular email where Ms. Langell emails her resume to Mr. McVicker in the Premier's office just 2 days after the government took office, and said that she was emailing the resume, but it may not work for the purposes that the Premier's Chief of Staff had requested. So I'd just like to ask the Premier, what purpose was Mr. McVicker requesting Ms. Langell's resume for?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Madam Chair, I would suggest that's a good question for Mr. McVicker.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Well, Madam Chair, I said at the beginning that one of the most important responsibilities an opposition has under our system is to examine the estimates. I'd just like to remind the Premier that one of the most important duties he has, and all ministers have, is to be the responsible minister for their department and to be able to defend the estimates and not refer questions to someone else or to deflect responsibility to someone else. So I'd like to ask the Premier, as the responsible Minister for Intergovernmental Affairs again, if he could tell us what purpose did Mr. McVicker, his Chief of Staff, have in mind when he asked Ms. Langell for her resume 2 days after the government took office?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to remind the Honourable Leader of the Conservative Party that is not in the estimates. He's asking about an email exchange between two people. I would suggest he asks them I will be more than happy to defend the estimates here. I'm very proud of the fact that we've been able to find a 2% savings across all of the departments that I look at. We've made our commitments to continue to focus on education and health care, ensuring that Nova Scotians are getting that opportunity. We've made some investments, Madam Chair, in ensuring opportunities for first-time jobs in this province, and we're going to continue to move forward to provide an opportunity for young Nova Scotians to stay here at the same time, providing services to the people of this province and eventually getting our province back to balance.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I beg to differ, obviously. The estimates for the Intergovernmental Affairs Department are on page 20.16 of the estimate book, and they do indicate in these estimates that the Protocol Office is funded there. In fact, there is a whole line item, $500 and some thousand directed to the Protocol Office. As you know, Madam Chair, this was a public service position that, contrary to the fair hiring policy, was yanked out of the public service and turned into a patronage appointment with the taxpayers' money. $512,000 of taxpayers' money will fund the Protocol Office in the upcoming year, Madam Chair. I believe the Premier, as the responsible minister, should take responsibility and not shift it off to someone else as I ask these questions, and I will ask the Premier in a different way. What direction was provided by him to his Chief of Staff about the hiring of a new protocol officer 2 days or so after the government was sworn in?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Madam Chair, I'd be more than happy to respond to questions associated with the estimates that are in the book. I have no problem with that. But quite frankly, the communications between me and any members of my staff are just that, communications between me and any members of my staff. It's the same direction I would send to the Leader of the Opposition. Is he actually now publicizing the conversations he's having with his staff or Chief of Staff? Oh, he doesn't have a Chief of Staff, with his staff.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madam Chair, since we're spending, or the government is going to spend $500,000 of taxpayers' money in the coming year on protocol, the arranging of parties and receptions and the buying of trinkets and flags and other things to keep a member of the Liberal Party employed, I believe it's appropriate that that be examined in the estimates. And so I will ask the Premier if he could share with this committee who made the decision to set aside the fair hiring policy and make an outright appointment of a protocol officer in the coming year.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Madam Chair, I want to remind the Honourable Member again that that the selection of the protocol office is not a public service commission. They are not in the civil service. It is an appointment that has been made by Executive Council. It's not only in this province, it's been made by Executive Councils in other provinces. I want to remind and I want to direct him back to the estimates that the fact that the actual costs of the protocol office are actually going down. It's because, Madam Chair, we have the replacement of the outgoing protocol officer is at less. There's no commitment to the people of this province. There's no severance, Madam Chair, and it's an actual fact. And I hope the Leader of the Conservative Party is not suggesting that when we welcomed the Queen here a few years ago, it was inappropriate in a party that shouldn't have happened, or he is not suggesting that when we welcome the Prince here in May, that we shouldn't be doing that as a province. I quite frankly disagree wholeheartedly. It's our place in this federation. There are rural representatives, and I'm absolutely thrilled to get an opportunity to welcome them here on behalf of the people of the province of Nova Scotia.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I find it interesting that at a time when people in Nova Scotia are being told to cut back, for example, nurses are told that no, there's not going to be more help in our wards and floors and hospitals, that people in rural areas looking for mental health services or home care are told there's not enough money to go around. The Premier chooses to answer the previous question by defending the spending that goes on for protocol purposes, but that's fine. Mr. Speaker, in the media, at the time of the appointment, the Premier said that several candidates were considered for the job of protocol officer. The fair hiring policy of his own government does require that positions like this be advertised and that multiple candidates be considered. So I'd like to ask the Premier, was the position of protocol officer advertised anywhere so that other Nova Scotians could have a chance to apply, and how many candidates were considered, as he had told CTV that there were several candidates.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we've been through this many times. The answer is no, it was not advertised. As I said earlier, it's a position that the Executive Council of the Province of Nova Scotia can appoint a protocol officer. There's two positions, quite frankly, in this province that holds place, one of the LGs and one Chief Protocol Officer in this province, like there is in many other provinces. And Madam Chair, as the Premier of this province, I considered other people for the position, and quite frankly, that decision will be mine and mine alone, and not the Leader of the Opposition's.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madam Speaker, I want to be careful with the way that we word these things. The Premier may well have considered any number of people, other Liberals, who knows. But I would like to know if there are any other applicants for the job.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to remind the honourable member I said the job was not advertised. Typically, Nova Scotians don't send in applications for jobs that haven't been advertised. So I want to remind the honourable member it was a appointment by Executive Council to make that happen, and I, as the Premier of the province, had considered a number of people for this position. I'm very pleased at the work that's been happening by Ms. Langell in providing the protocol office. Actually, in the reduction in that office, you're seeing that show up, Madam Chair, like all parts across this government. We're seeing savings, and we're going to continue to look for those savings to ensure that we can move our province back to balance at the same time, delivering them the services that they want. Madam Chair, but we also have an obligation as a province to take our part in the Federation. The protocol officer is an important part of making sure that when we have our rural visits in Order of Nova Scotia, I'm pleased to report there are more Nova Scotians being nominated for the Order of Nova Scotia this year than ever in our history, which is a great thing. And we're going to continue to make sure that not only Nova Scotians recognize what's happening inside our province, but we're going to make sure that when we welcome dignitaries to this province, they're done in an appropriate way.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the point the Premier is missing is that when Nova Scotians' own tax dollars are being used to fund these positions, that they would like to know that they have a fair chance to apply for them and get them. When they're not advertised, of course they don't have an opportunity to compete for jobs paid for with their own tax dollars. That was one of the flaws in the way that this whole thing happened. It seems Ms. Langell knew to send her resume in 2 days after the government was sworn in. For what purpose, the Premier can't answer. But the fact remains that Ms. Langell didn't wait for an ad. Ms. Langell didn't wait for someone to tell her. There is one Nova Scotian who sent in a resume and quite quickly thereafter got a job without the job being posted. That is the whole problem. Madam Speaker, the Premier said on CTV News that several candidates were considered for the job. Do any of these people who were considered even know that they were under consideration, or is this something the Premier did all by himself?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Madam Chair, I'm not sure where the Leader of the Conservative Party is going, quite frankly. We've appointed a protocol officer which falls under the purview of the Executive Council. She's doing a tremendous job, and the communications that I have with Nova Scotians, quite frankly, Madam Chair, are appropriate. When I've spent my lifetime, quite frankly, respecting the privacy of conversations, it's what I do. Not before I became in politics, it was the same way. I ran a business where we communicated with people, and the conversations that I had were between me and them. Madam Chair, I appreciate the fact that I got an email communications between the Leader of the Conservative Party when I went to South Africa, because what he said before I left and what he said afterwards to the media of this province was quite different. My reputation and what I have said to people has stood the test, Madam Speaker, and quite frankly, I will continue to respect the privacy of all Nova Scotians who want to communicate with me directly.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, a moment ago, the Premier did not want to talk about anything that wasn't directly in the estimate book, but certainly when it serves his purposes, he's happy to fly miles away from the estimate book. Mr. Speaker, or sorry, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, of course we all want to treat private conversations privately in our private life. But the difference here is that real taxpayer dollars are involved, and responsible ministers, and that includes the Premier, need to be responsible for the way that they spend taxpayers' money, whether they are using it to pad the administrative level of government or whether they're using it to pay off their friends who didn't get hired in the general election. Mr. Speaker, or Madam Chair, that's why it's important that we understand what went on here. So, having said that, Madam Chair, I will ask the Premier, since he considers the protocol officer something that was previously in the public service and protected by the fair hiring policy, to not be a public service position, but rather to be a personal appointment of the Premier's, and since we have a number of funded vacancies in several of his offices that will be filled at some point or another, I think it's important that the Premier tell us all now what other positions currently in the public service does he believe are his own to play with.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I've said many times as host, there are two protocol positions in the province that are appointments of the Executive Council. As you know, the vacancies that fall in the public service would fall under the respective deputy ministers. Madam Chair, I have the tremendous faith and confidence in the deputy ministers across our government. They do great work by leading a great team of men and women, and they will fill those positions. There are many hires that go on day in and day out inside of government, Madam Chair, that I have no involvement in at all. It's done at the departmental level or by the deputy ministers who are responsible, who those people will report to.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just ask a simple question then while we're on this topic. Will the Premier commit now that all hirings done in any of his offices and beyond will, without exception, follow the government's own fair hiring policy from now on?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Commitment to the people of the province that if there are any civil servant positions that are going to be hired for in this province, they'll be done through the fair hiring practice, and they'll be delivered through by the deputy ministers that are responsible for them, and the minister who oversees that. And if they're in my departments, it'll be me, and other departments, it'll be the ministers responsible for those departments.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Nova Scotians would have appreciated if that commitment was made from day one and not a commitment made to close the barn door, after the fact. But in any event, since we are on the Department of Intergovernmental Affairs, I would like to turn the Premier's attention to the function of military relations, which is one of the duties that he has assigned to himself and which is funded through intergovernmental affairs. Madam Speaker, this is actually an important area, military relations. Obviously, the point of the position is to provide guidance, strategic advice, administrative communication support to the minister responsible for military relations. And I just want to quickly point out that it was a position that was created in 2006, some 8 years ago, reflecting the fact that Nova Scotia has a particularly strong relationship with our military, that some 40% of Canada's military assets, the forces bases, the naval yards and so on, are actually resident in Nova Scotia, and that Nova Scotia provides a very high portion of the personnel in the Canadian forces. And so it is important to note that Nova Scotia is the first province to have an Office of Military Relations, and in fact has it for good reason, because of that strong connection that Nova Scotians have with the Canadian forces. I'm just going to ask the Premier, looking at the budget for intergovernmental affairs, how many personnel carry out this function of advising the Premier on military affairs matters?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have, as part of that, a Deputy Minister, an Executive Director, and I've actually moved a position of the Premier's office into Department of Military Relations under Intergovernmental Affairs, Madam Chair, to ensure, quite frankly, that is a public servant that continues to lead that and not have an opportunity for an appointment, Madam Chair, that is not solely focused on, quite frankly, military relations.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me just make that a little more pointed, if I could. I understand there's a deputy and executive director and so on. How many people are dedicated to the military affairs function? It appears there's one advisor, and I just want to know if that's in fact the correct number.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Madam Chair, that is correct. 3 people.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The budget for intergovernmental affairs in total is a little over $3 million, and I'd like to know what portion of that budget is directed to military relations.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
All of the departments that fall under intergovernmental affairs, the policy side, and I'm assuming this is where you're at, are all developed in that particular envelope. So it wouldn't just be military relations; it would be a number of other things that fall under intergovernmental affairs.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madam Speaker, or Madam Chair, just a little confused by that answer. A standing committee of this House a few weeks ago, the Deputy Minister for Intergovernmental Affairs indicated that the budget for military relations may well be increased in this budget year. In order to say that, there must be some amount that is dedicated to military relations. And we know there are 3 people directly working in military relations, according to the Premier's last answer. So can the Premier give us a sense of how much of the $3 million in intergovernmental affairs is related to military relations?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank the Deputy Minister for the great work that she's been doing on behalf of us as a new portfolio that's gone under. We've actually taken the portfolio, quite frankly, and the full-time person associated with it, moved it into the Department of Intergovernmental Affairs out of the Premier's office. I want to thank her for the great work that she's been doing on behalf of all of us. And I think if he goes back and actually reads the transcript, the Deputy would have said that she hoped the budget was going to go up. I think if I went to the deputies' meeting this morning, I would have heard that from every deputy across government, hoping that their budgets were going to go up. But as he would know, we're in tough economic times, and deputies are leading the way, making sure that we continue to live within our means while we provide the good services to people of this province.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could the Premier tell us how often he's met specifically with the advisor on military relations in his capacity as Minister responsible since coming to office?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
I don't know exactly how many times. It would have been one of the third or fourth conversations I initiated as being Premier. I've met with that department. I meet with the Deputy in Intergovernmental Affairs regularly. We have met with the advisor a number of times. I've met with senior members of the military. I just had a great meeting with a veterans group across the province who are looking for homeless vets, not only in this province, but working with across the country. We've worked with them. We continue to reach out to meet members of the military family as well. Of course, we would be speaking with our staff here. I'm looking forward to getting a chance, and I haven't, and to go to the Family Resource Center for Military Families. I've been told to me a number of times what great work they do, and with so many things going on, I haven't been able to get there, but it is certainly part of where I'll be going, and continuing to look forward to build on the relationship that I have with the military community.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm wondering if the Premier can tell us, in his capacity as Minister of Military Relations, whether he has met with Rear Admiral Newton of the Navy, or Colonel Chinner of the Air Force, or Brigadier General El Douad of the Army since becoming the Premier and Minister responsible.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Yes.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate that answer. Of course, military relations would, by necessity, involve a pretty good connection with the federal government, which actually has the responsibility of Canada's armed forces. Has the Premier met with the federal minister responsible for national defence or his staff, or with any of the commanding officers of the Navy, the Air Force, or the Army, and could he share with us when that was? And officials.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Sure, I've not met with the federal minister. I've met, on that trip to South Africa, an opportunity to talk to the Prime Minister about a whole host of issues related to our province and the downloading happening from the federal government. I was pleased to be part of that, and I've had a great building relationship with the regional minister, Minister McKay, who I will say has been a great advocate on behalf of military families, not only in this province but across the country. Continue to work with him on the issues around the LMA file. Continue to have conversations about how we can work together to ensure that we have capitalize on the European Free Trade Deal, which is moving forward. There's some chances we can work together to ensure that our companies are ready to capitalize on that opportunity in 2017, Madam Chair. And of course, we would talk about the military families. It's I know how passionate his connection it is to Minister McKay, and of course, as the minister responsible for that.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you. Madam Chair, at the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs here in the Legislature a few weeks ago, the Premier's Deputy of IGA indicated that the Premier has written a letter to the federal government on military matters. Is that the sum total of the Premier's contact with the federal government on matters related to our Canadian forces to date?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Not at all, Madam Chair. It was certainly our hope, quite frankly, that the federal government would see the errors of their ways. We had some indication there may be some changes coming leading into the federal budget. We'd obviously been reaching out and talking to them about the challenges, but it was the first time, Madam Chair, that I actually wrote a letter with my disappointment, quite frankly, about what we had actually seen. It was our hope that we would have seen a reversal of that, because they would have felt, quite frankly, the collective voice of Nova Scotians who were suggesting that was not the right decision. Since we've reached out to them and will continue to do so, I continue to work with our federal partners to ensure that they do right by military families in this province, by veterans in this province, and as well as continuing to build a relationship with the federal level of government so that we can ensure that Nova Scotians get the fair share of federal dollars that are being distributed around, like the LMA, so that we can continue to provide literacy programs to Nova Scotians, looking at changing the health care funding, which is going to have a devastating impact on the province over a period of time, moving from the population piece to the one that takes in the fact that we're an aging population, chronic disease. So of course, I have conversations at the federal level on many different fronts, and all of those are part of that.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Premier makes a mention of health care funding and the changes to the federal formula. I'm sure we all would agree that Nova Scotians in positions of responsibility need to make sure that we are clear on the effect of those formula changes and do all we can to have the federal government recognize some of the increased expenses that small provinces have, like Nova Scotia have, when it comes to higher incidence of chronic disease, higher, an aging population, and so on. But of course, Madam Chair, actions speak louder than words. That's why it's so disappointed to see the Premier go to Ottawa or talk to Ottawa with his hand out for more health care dollars while the administrative budget of the Department of Health continues to grow. It impedes our ability to make a strong case to Ottawa when so much administrative spending continues to go on and, quite frankly, to get bigger in the current budget. It's one of the reasons we need to look so closely at these particular items when we're examining the estimates. It's also true of military relations, Madam Chair, that it's important that the actions of the government match its words. Many Nova Scotians on both sides of the House have concerns about the changes that have been made in Ottawa to the way our veterans are serviced and to the way those men and women who serve our country receive services. Madam Speaker, or Madam Chair, that's particularly evident in Cape Breton. And as a result, several members of this House, certainly several PC members, have made the trip to Ottawa to meet with the minister responsible and other responsible officials to drive home that point. The Cape Breton Regional Municipality put together a trip to Ottawa and invited MLAs from all parties to attend to make that point, and there wasn't a single Liberal MLA that went on that trip, including the Minister responsible for Military Affairs, who was the Premier himself, the person that has the strongest voice to make that point. Madam Chair, the reason I bring this up is that it is so important that when these things happen, that we all work hard to defend Nova Scotians, whether they're veterans or currently serving in the Canadian Forces. The Premier has written a letter, and we all appreciate that. I would like to ask him what else he has done to stand up for our veterans and our men and women of the Canadian Forces, other than writing that one letter.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we continued leading into the budget process of the federal government to talk about an issue which had been on the forefront about how do we, the devastation impact it would have, those closures. I think everyone in this House would recognize that it would be inappropriate for a Premier to run to the newspaper or try to get on a flight and let everyone know I'm flying to Ottawa for the purposes of doing that, to build a relationship with, how would any level of government feel about that kind of building a relationship? Quite frankly, there's a federal government in place. We're a new government in Nova Scotia. They had some challenging relationships with the previous government. It was my responsibility to try to build that relationship. Everything I've done, and Madam Chair, in order to do that, that doesn't mean I write a press release every time I have a conversation with a federal member or minister. It is, quite frankly, would be irresponsible. And it would actually take the focus off what my job is, and that is to speak up for Nova Scotians and try to build that resolve at the federal government to make that change. And that's what we're going to continue to do. And I've been very pleased with the work that I've been able to do with Minister McKay. He's been, as I've said many times, been a strong advocate at the national level for the province. We built a working relationship. I value and trust his thoughts and views about what's happening at the national level and the role that he believes that we can play to help him move some of the things at the national level that he needs, and vice versa, he will help us move some of the things as a province that we need.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we're going to run out of time shortly. I just want to check that with you.
3 minutes.
3 minutes. Okay. Well, Madam Chair, we've spent some time here in the last hour throwing a lot of numbers around about whether the government has hit its own -1% target or not. The Premier was trying to make the case that his own departments are and that other departments did. Madam Chair, in the next little while, as we go through the estimates, I think it's important that Nova Scotians get a true accounting of how the government has done at hitting its own target. And they see in the budget itself that spending is up 5.5% for departments as a whole. They recall the commitment that the Liberal Party made to reduce spending by 1%. They weren't told at that time that in the fine print that doesn't include the contract commitments that were in place, although those were certainly known before the election and at the time. There have been, in other times of restraint, Madam Chair, governments that have asked departments to absorb those increases, to find a way to make the 1% true on the bottom line and not just a -1 and then a +2 and so on. And the fact of the matter is, Madam Chair, that under the Premier's guidance, 14 of 17 departments did not hit the -1 target, and all Nova Scotians are going to be poor as a result. We've been going through the Premier's departments today, and fine, at 3 out of 5 didn't hit the -1 either, which, Madam Chair, just makes the point that when those departments in the centre of government, under the direction of the senior minister, are not able to find the savings that they ask of others, that it becomes very hard to expect the rest of government to follow that guidance, Madam Chair. And so we'll continue with the estimates, of course, but it's pretty clear that not only have the Premier's own departments fallen short, although I do acknowledge that in a couple of cases they came close at 0.8 and so on, as opposed to -1. But, Madam Chair, imagine that 0.2 across all of government. That is a lot of money. That is a lot of taxpayers' money, all because in some cases in the Premier's departments, they gave up on actually reaching all the way for the 1%, even though they asked that of others. Well, Madam Chair, Nova Scotia would be in a stronger place today if the government had been serious about the -1% all along. That, in fact, was the way that the Liberal Party in their platform proposed to pay for their election spending promises, was by finding that 1% savings. What the budget makes very clear is that the spending part is going on, but the savings part is not going on. And that, Madam Chair, is why we have such a big deficit today, and why the debt is continuing to go up, and why, quite frankly, the new government projects the debt's going to go up of all 4 years.
Can I recognize the Premier? He didn't finish the question, so I don't recognize. I recognize the leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to welcome the staff from the Premier's office, and it's my pleasure to have an opportunity to participate in the estimates debate and the examination of the budget, specifically the areas under the direct preview of the Premier. But I kind of look at the budget as being completely in the preview of the Premier. I'm not going to be asking any line-by-line questions from the Department of Health or Education, but this is a very good opportunity to talk to the Premier and get some general sense of his, his views in the budget and his priorities and plans with respect to some pretty significant issues that our province has, and additionally, it gives us an opportunity to talk about some of the concrete decisions that have already been taken in the early days of a new government, for whom an election campaign is not all that stale, and we still have commitments in our minds with respect to what the various electoral commitments were. And so we're all very anxious and interested in how those will be carried out. So my questions will be general and specific with respect to those matters. One of the first things I think I would like to look at, and I listened very intently to the leader of the official opposition, with respect to his train of questioning around whether or not the government has been successful in meeting its campaign obligations with respect to the reduction of 1% in the various government departments, excluding health and education. I believe that was the campaign commitment. And although there are many aspects of the questions from the Leader of the Opposition that I admire and I agree with, there are things that I don't necessarily share with respect to his, I think, preoccupation with cutting government departments and services. But I have to say, Madam Chair, that I feel a little confused when I look at the budget overall. This budget does not encourage me, I guess I would say, in that we do see quite a significant increase in spending for the province, but we don't have any good sense of priorities, of a plan, of a strategic kind of investments or approaches. And so it seems like a lot of small amounts of money, by and large, have been doled out to in a lot of different places, and in an aggregate kind of way, when you add it all up, it adds up to a lot, but it doesn't necessarily get you any of the big strategic kinds of investments that we really need in terms of the hard challenges and difficulties that our province faces. And when I look at the Ivany report, I think where's the beef when I look at this budget. So this is something that certainly concerns me, and we'll have an opportunity throughout the next 40 hours as the various departments come forward to talk to various ministers. But right now, we have an opportunity to talk to the Premier about this. Now, Madam Chair, the Premier in the Executive Council office, according to the information we have on page 20.9 in the budget estimates, indicates that the Premier's office currently has an estimate of 18 full-time equivalent staff in the Premier's office. And I'm wondering if the Premier could begin by telling me and telling the members here precisely how many staff there are. We know that FTEs aren't necessarily the number of bodies that you get in terms of staff in a department or an office. So we have an estimate of 18 FTEs. I would like to know how many people are actually employed under the direction of Executive Council. And further, I'd like to know if the Premier has an organizational chart with a listing of the various job titles for staff that are in that office, and if he would provide that to us. That's my first question.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank the Leader on her opening remarks. We're certainly excited, engaged, looking forward to talk about moving this province forward. The Ivany Commission laid out a great strategy around how they believe we can do that. We've began to work on some of that. I'm looking forward to continuing to do that. But to her question, I believe she asked 18. There are 18. as well as I don't have a flow chart, but we can get her a sequence of those positions and the job description around them.
I recognize the leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. I would very much appreciate that. Now, one of the things that I'm interested in knowing more about is the position of Director of Communications in the Premier's office. I know that that has been a position in the office in the past. I'm assuming it's still a position in that office. And most of us in our various political caucuses have a position of Director of Communication. And I know that there's been some controversy with respect to the appointment of the new protocol officer, who previously, before the Premier became the Premier, was the Director of Communication in the Liberal caucus office, and subsequently left that position, was working in a different capacity, but I think for the Liberal caucus, ran as a Liberal candidate. No, didn't run as a Liberal candidate. I see one of the Liberal members shaking his head that no, he didn't run as a, but I think that in fact a previous Director of Communication did run as a Liberal candidate, and subsequently after the election, and not having been successful in the election, was appointed, given a contract without a competition, an open competition, to the position of Director or Chief of Protocol. And I am wondering why the Premier did not hire that person back into their old position as Chief of or Director of Communications. Was there a competition for the Director of Communications in the Premier's office? I recognize that that is a political appointment for which there wouldn't have to be a competition, but it just strikes me that it may have been a preferable solution to hiring than taking a job out of the public sector and providing it for a failed candidate. The optics of that we've discussed in here. They leave a concern, I think it's fair to say, for Nova Scotians, particularly given that this occurred so early on after the government formed a government, and people in the province, certainly in my constituency, are hoping for change, something that doesn't harken back to a different era in terms of patronage appointments, and are concerned. So, I know that the Premier has spoken on numerous occasions about the qualifications of the individual who was appointed to the Chief of Protocol's position. However, I've never heard the Premier sort of explain why, when he had an opportunity to appoint, a fairly significant number of people to his own staff, political staff, without any questions that would ever arise, why he didn't take that opportunity, why this was a preferred response for him.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me be clear. I want to thank the people who work in my office. They do a tremendous job. I'm very pleased with the work they've done. The majority of them came with me. Some have been additions that we've added to the office. I'm excited about the work they've been doing. Nova Scotians, quite frankly, have been pleased. We're continuing to communicate with them. And as you know, the Chief Protocol Office is position that the decision made by the Executive Council. We have a very highly qualified person to fill that position, and I'm looking forward to her continuing to move forward. Madam Speaker, the leader of the Democratic Party is right that Nova Scotians did vote for change. It's one of the things you'll see in this document. There's no more prepayments to universities. We've stopped that practice two previous governments held. We made sure, Madam Chair, that we didn't front-load payments, 13 income assistance payments in 1 year. We paid them in the year that they're in so that Nova Scotians know truly what we had spent in that fiscal year. We've continued to meet our obligations to the people of this province, and as you know, Madam Chair, we've also said that we would keep the capital construction commitments that were made by the previous government. We felt an obligation to communities that we should do that. We've done that. So the change that they were looking for, Madam Chair, is continuing to unfold, and Nova Scotians are continuing to be supportive of that change.
I recognize the leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, the Premier didn't answer my question, though, Madam Chair. And so maybe I need to go through it again. So the estimates book indicate that there is a complement of 18 full-time equivalents in the Premier's office. I believe that one of those positions is the Director of Communication, and a variety probably of other communications jobs. The individual who is appointed to be Chief of Protocol without any competition in the province has worked for the Premier previously as the Director of Communications, and as the Premier has said, has a distinguished career, 30-year career as a broadcaster doing communications kind of work. And so it's not a big leap, really, to wonder why it is that when the Premier formed the government and had an opportunity to staff the Premier's office with a whole variety of positions, 18 full-time equivalent positions, that the individual in question could very well have been offered one of those positions, or in fact kind of her old job as Director of Communications. And we still have, nobody has ever really asked the Premier this as far as I know, and I certainly haven't heard him explain what his thinking was, why he didn't hire this individual into one of those positions rather than put himself into the position of being criticized, obviously, for a patronage appointment, putting the individual who, I don't know this individual very well. I've met her a couple of times. She strikes me as a lovely person, putting her in the situation of being open to public criticism and scrutiny. All of that could have been avoided. We could have had, it wasn't like there wasn't some political opportunities for someone of that experience and capacity to do. It's a very simple question, really, is why did the Premier not use the opportunities within his own department to hire political staff? There would be other political staff in those roles, and that could have been done very easily. Why is that? And why did he go this other route?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Madam Chair, I want to thank the Honourable Member for the question. I'm absolutely thrilled with the work that's being done on my behalf in this Parliament. There are 9 staff members in the Premier's office. They have, a number of them actually are civil servants. No positions would be filled. Madam Chair, but as I said earlier, that the Chief Protocol Officer is an appointment that's being able to be made by the people of the province, by the Executive Council on behalf of the people of this province. We've made that appointment. Ms. Langelo is continuing to operate in that position, continuing to prepare for the Prince when they arrive. and quite frankly, she's in a position where I think she can best serve the people of this province.
I recognize the leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I guess we will never really know what the Premier's thinking on this is. He seems reluctant to share with us the process that he went through in terms of arriving at a decision that certainly is not a decision that we agree with, and think that the fair hiring practice policy of government should have applied to this position, and there should have been a fair and open competition, and the individual in question could have been gainfully employed inside the Premier's office and on the Premier's staff. He had ample opportunity to do that. I want to talk about three other decisions that the Premier made as well. Madam Chair, in our system, the deputy ministers actually work for the Premier and work for the Premier, work for the government on behalf of the Premier. And 3 deputy ministers were terminated, as we know, when the government was formed. Carol Olson from the Department of Education, Kevin McNamara in the Department of Health, and Sarah Jane, I can't remember her last name, Snook, that's right, from the Department of Environment. I'm not going to get into the rationale. This is the prerogative of a new government that comes into power. And I would like to say, though, that I did have the great privilege of working with Kevin McNamara as the Deputy Minister of Health. And I don't know if members here had an opportunity to see the column that was written in the Globe and Mail about, not just about Kevin McNamara, but about the absence of depth and seniority in deputy ministers in health departments across the country, and the great disservice this does to our healthcare system when we lose seasoned and capable leadership and administrators. And I certainly would concur with the author of that column. Mr. McNamara certainly was somebody who understood our healthcare system very, very well, and certainly gave exceptional service to the province. So I just want to say this. But since the termination of those 3 deputy ministers, to the best of my knowledge, they have yet to be replaced. And this really is what I want to talk to the Premier about. I can't imagine a department more needing a strong, capable deputy minister than the Department of Health. And education certainly is not far behind in that regard. And Nova Scotia has been fortunate in many respects to have such a capable senior management team in our public service. And after working in the capacity I worked in for four years, the capability of senior officials was not only apparent, it was wonderful to watch quite often. And I feel truly privileged to have gotten to see and be around people who have dedicated and are dedicated to their work and to our province in this way. But having said that, my concern is that we are now almost 6 months into a new government without that kind of leadership in critical departments. And I would like to ask the Premier what the status of the search is for deputy ministers, particularly the deputy ministers for health and education. Why is it taking so long? And when can we expect to have these important leadership roles fulfilled? Here we are with our first budget. Yet we have been, for those departments that don't have deputies, those budgets, those departmental budgets were put together to some extent without the leadership that is required to move things forward. So would the Premier first give us some indication of where the search is for these important senior management roles?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, let me begin by expressing my great appreciation to Frank Dunn, who is Acting Deputy Minister in Education, is a longtime public servant doing a tremendous job on behalf of the government, but on behalf of children across this province, and as well as Francis Martin, who's the Acting Deputy Minister of Health, who, as I know, the member opposite has asked the questions, the leader of the party would know, has been a long-time civil servant, has been working in the department, has done a tremendous job ensuring that we continue to look after the health of Nova Scotians, continue to make sure that the department is moving forward. She's been very supportive of the minister and the work that they've been doing. And I will tell her that the search for permanent deputies is still ongoing. There has been some interviews. There are interviews continuing as we speak. And when we find the right candidate, Madam Chair, who will continue to move forward, but we'll announce those. But I want to be very clear. There was some indication that the leader did not have the confidence of the two people who were acting in the deputy minister's positions at this point. I have all the confidence in the world, Madam Chair, in their role that they've been doing on behalf of Nova Scotians and those roles as acting deputy ministers of both health and education. And I'm so proud to be able to continue to work with them as we continue to usher these two important files into a transition phase.
I recognize the leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And, I just want to say to the Premier that, don't be silly. I certainly would never suggest and didn't suggest that I have no confidence in either Mr. Dunn or Francis Martin. And I don't believe I said that whatsoever. I asked when we were going to get deputy ministers into those really important departments to provide the leadership that will be required to move departments forward. And that, I think, is what I said. I know that sometimes we can get a little partisan here on this floor, but I think it's important that we don't go too far in putting words into the mouths of others when it's clearly something that was not stated. So I guess my next question would be, with respect to the search that's underway. Haven't heard too much from the Premier about that search, but I'd like if he could indicate to me who's conducting the search and what process was used to get a search, a headhunting firm to go through the process of doing this. So who's conducting the search and how were they selected?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We actually put an RFP out for search firms showing its criteria of what we're looking for. Those competitions were won. They were put out. They're continuing to go through. The actual interviewing process will be held by the Deputy Minister in the Premier's office with an external person from healthcare education piece being part of that interviews to ensure that we give everyone who gets an opportunity to be interviewed a fair opportunity to be hired and to be the Deputy Minister of the province. As you know, there's also an ongoing issue around a couple of other positions. The same practice has been held, that we put an RFP out for a search firm, which in turn will go out and do the search for potential candidates, and then the interview process happens.
I recognize the leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So again, just coming back to this briefly, I would like to know if the Premier can give us some idea of at what point we are in the search. There are a few rumors flying around that at least one search had to be restarted, and I don't know if that's accurate or not, which will make the process even longer. But it would be, I think, very beneficial for members here to know at what stage we are in the search process and whether or not we can anticipate that that process will conclude relatively soon, and that we will have people in those important vacant positions relatively soon. So when do we anticipate that the search will conclude and you'll be able to announce the appointment of those new deputy ministers?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
As I said earlier, we're in the interview process now. Part of that ongoing scheduling issues, making sure that people who need to be given an opportunity to be interviewed are being interviewed. When that process is done, someone has been hired, we'll communicate that to Nova Scotians, but I want to assure all members of this House that we will ensure and do everything we can to ensure that we have the person who we believe will be able to help direct the change that is going to be required in both these important files. And we've been very excited about the people who have actually engaged us across the country. When we get the right person, we'll make sure that we communicate that to Nova Scotians.
I recognize the leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, there's another appointment that I would like to talk to the Premier about a bit and gain a bit more insight into. And that is the appointment of Laurel Broughton, the individual who has been appointed, hired, I think, as a consultant to lead the review of taxation and regulatory policy for the province. Now, my understanding, and I've essentially just looked at more or less news reports around this, is that this individual also was appointed by the government, and I don't think that there was any competitive process, although I don't think in this case there was necessarily a requirement that there be a competitive process. It's not a regular employment, post inside the public service or anything like that. And but I find it interesting and I find it curious, I guess, that first of all, we went outside in a way, although I understand that she's an individual who recently has moved to Nova Scotia and was a minister in the Dalton McGuinness Liberal government in Ontario. But I'm unclear of the qualifications and the process that the Premier and his staff may have gone through in selecting this individual over other individuals. So I guess my question is, in reaching the decision to appoint Ms. Broughton, did you have a short list? Were there other people who were considered? Were people, tax lawyers in Nova Scotia, for example, even tax lawyers who are Liberals on a short list who were looked at and considered to lead this particular initiative that is certainly a very important piece of work. But I think on some level there is, we have a concern that there's a bit of a pattern developing in the way people are landing in some fairly important positions that are very well remunerated without any idea that there's a fair process in place to get us, as a former colleague of mine liked to say, the best person for the job. And so that really underpins my concern and my question. I'm wondering if the Premier was involved in this directly himself or staff in his office. I'm sure there would have been some involvement. And what was the hiring process for Ms. Broughton? Was there a short list of other candidates? Were there other people considered for the position? And that's a good place to start. I'll let the Premier respond to that.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Laurel Broughton, actually, Madam, she's not an appointment. She's been hired as a consultant to do a project for the province and the Minister of Finance. I have all the faith in the world, quite frankly, in the Minister of Finance to manage her own portfolio, as I do with every minister that I have appointed to be members of the Executive Council. They make decisions in their department, and I would encourage the member opposite, if she wants further information, that she get an opportunity to question the Minister of Finance when her estimates come up.
I recognize the Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it is my intention, certainly, to do this when I have an opportunity to look at the estimates for the Department of Finance. But right now, I do have this opportunity with the Premier, and I would have thought, given how important taxation and regulatory policy is for the Premier and his government, that he could have shed some light on the extent to which he and his office were involved in this particular decision. But you know, you can't get blood from a stone, Madam Chair. So if it's a matter that he doesn't want to discuss, I guess maybe I should look elsewhere for my answers, and I will be doing that. The next question I have for the Premier is with respect to the Liberal senators for the province of Nova Scotia. The Premier is on the record having defended the Senate, and certainly he is also on the record in terms of his great affection for the Liberal senators from the province of Nova Scotia to the Senate. And in his public discussion about the Senate. He has talked about all of the things that the senators do on behalf of the province of Nova Scotia. So I'm wondering, you know, we have a number of senators who I'm not sure if they're Liberal senators anymore. I guess they're only Liberals when they're in Nova Scotia, but when they're in Ottawa, they're independents or something like that because of a decision that a different Liberal leader has taken. But so my question is about what Senator Wilf Moore has been doing on behalf of the province of Nova Scotia, or Senator Jane Cordy, Senator Terry Mercer. I would very much appreciate if the Premier could outline some of the work that the various senators are doing on behalf of the province and what the results of that work have been for our province. It would be, I think, quite useful for us to have some insight into that.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank the member opposite for her question. Before I answer that one, I want to actually tell her how important taxation and regulation is to me, and that's why I have all the confidence in the world the Minister of Finance can actually manage her department and will continue to make sure that Nova Scotians continue to get the good fiscal management that she has brought so far to that portfolio, and I have all the faith in her to manage her department. Mr. Speaker, it's an interesting concept. I know that may fall on deaf ears in some cases, but I have enough confidence in my ministers that everything doesn't have to run through the Premier's office in order for it to take place. Madam President, I do want to talk about, quite frankly, the Senate. It is an important piece. We've all talked about the fact that, in my personal view, if you look at a small province, it gives us some equalization in the second chamber at the federal level. I believe that's an important piece. I had a chance to actually talk briefly with the Prime Minister about it. Looking at it, I believe there are changes that could take place around potentially term limits, other aspects associated with, but any changes would have to respect the fact that we, as a province of Nova Scotia and the Federation, have and continue to remain our important piece and executive piece inside of the Senate. I want to assure the member opposite that not only are the Liberal senators in this province doing good work. I had the great privilege of being, when I was away, with Senator Donny Oliver, who has worked so hard on behalf of Nova Scotians. It was an appointment by former Prime Minister Mulroney, I believe. He continued to make sure that Nova Scotia's interests are being represented at the national level. There's been a number of senators who continue to put forward a good case, and I just signed a letter today, Madam Chair, going back to members of the Senate who actually are going to put forward equalization in the fiscal arrangement on the floor of the Senate, ensuring that Nova Scotia continues to be part of the Federation and have an examination, because, quite frankly, they're quite worried about the changes around the health care funding. They're worried about the changes to the LMA, what will happen on a province of Nova Scotia. There are a whole host of other issues that the Senate continues to raise, but I want to make sure that if there's any changes to the Senate, the Nova Scotians get to protect their voice in that second chamber in this country.
I recognize the Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I did have an email from Senator Jim Cowan with respect to some of the recent initiative that he is initiating, I guess you would say, with respect to equalization. And certainly it is a very big concern, the reduction in transfers, with particular concern around the Canada Health transfer and what that will mean for healthcare funding over the next 10 years for not only Nova Scotia but for the Atlantic region. So that's certainly something I will be following very closely, and am prepared to get behind, certainly for in the interests of the people of the province. I want to go back to my last questions, though, around the appointment of Ms. Broughton. The Premier indicated that her appointment was handled out of the Department of Finance. But I'm aware that through the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Office, that an individual in your office, in the Premier's office, Madam Chair, was actively involved in recruiting this individual to the Tax Review Commission, an individual whose name is Jason Hahn. So I will be asking questions of the Minister of Finance with respect to this, but I just thought it was important to let the Premier know, if he was unaware of that, there was an individual who was active in your office, and I also understand from the FOIPOP that she wasn't the only individual that was being considered. So I don't know whether or not the Premier has any knowledge of that or not. I take him at his word that he doesn't, and so here I am providing you with information. Isn't this evening. See how we can all get along when we want to. So, Madam Chair, the other thing I'm curious about is the Office of the Protection of Information and Privacy. And we know that the term of the individual who had been in that department had finished, and that person was not extended even through the process of recruiting a new person. And given the concerns that we on the opposition benches have with respect to recruitment now more generally, I want to ask the Premier whether or not he or his office are involved in filling that particular job in any way, and if so, in what way?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Madam Chair, as the member opposite would know, that the contract for Freedom of Information Officer had expired, had been second term. Typically, that's what happened. There's a hiring process in place. I'm not involved in it. I can get her the details about the structure around the hiring, but I'm not involved in it, and hopefully we'll be able to report something positive to the province soon.
I recognize the Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, it's my understanding that we have a very well thought out policy on procurement. And this process is one that offers us transparency and fairness. And this isn't something that is just important to members of the opposition. It's important to all of us in this chamber. It is one of those things that gives people confidence in our system, not only in our government, but in our system. And, you know, we all know how confidence in our system is increasingly on very shaky grounds. And so any time that something untoward happens or appears to happen, our system is the victim, is the casualty in that. It is, and over time, these incidents tend to have an accumulative effect on people's belief, not only in the government of the day, but in the very system itself. So, you know, sometimes members of the government, and I've been there, get a little annoyed when the opposition does their job, but the opposition is not only just doing their job to be irritating or something, it's because I think we're all legitimately concerned about the kind of atmosphere that is being built now around confidence in our system and the erosion of that confidence in the system and the belief in the system. So we've been talking here about a number of hiring decisions and trying to understand what the basis of those decisions have been and whether or not there is a commitment to hiring fair hiring practices and fair procurement practices. Now, all procurement practices, I shouldn't say all procurement practices, but there are times at which the procurement policy can be waived. You can get an exemption. You can get an exception in some cases and not have to follow the procurement policy as laid out. But there has to be kind of a compelling reason to do that, a good reason to do that. And you have to be able to articulate that in a way that members of the public will say, oh yes, that makes sense. We wouldn't do that in this case. That makes sense. We don't have to do that in this case. So my understanding is that with respect to the appointment of Ms. Broden, that the procurement policy did not apply, that there was some form of an exemption granted. And so I want to ask the Premier, in what circumstances does he feel that it is acceptable to deviate from the policies that dictate fair hiring, for example, for the chief of protocol, or tendering the procurement policy around procuring consulting or other services? And what commitment does he have to ensuring that the public can have confidence in the way that his government is approaching the procurement of services and the appointing of people into roles that are really very important to have public confidence in?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I'm not, I was not involved in the hiring of the consultant in the Department of Finance. The Minister of Finance was part of that. The best question would be delivered to them. We continue to allow the procurement process to happen. Continue to work with Nova Scotians. As a matter of fact, we're absolutely thrilled that the government has finally stopped competing with the private sector when it comes to the procurement of paving projects in this province. We're seeing very encouraged by that. See a revigoration in the private sector when it comes to that. Very thrilled by it. So we're going to continue to following the process, following the procurement process in the province. And if there's some issues around the decision made in the Department of Finance, I encourage the member to ask that of the Minister of Finance.
I recognize the Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, there was one other matter that created a bit of concern, and that was the tendering of a contract to the Premier's brother with respect to some consulting around training for vehicle compliance. Now, the procurement policy requires that anyone who submits a proposal, if they perceive a conflict of interest, that they declare that conflict of interest in their submission. And I think that the Premier would be aware that in the case of 17 Consulting, in their submission, they did not identify a conflict of interest in their submission. And subsequent to that, the procedure of the relevant department for posting the awarding of tenders did not appropriately follow their own procedures. And I know that the Premier would recognize why it is particularly important, I think, in this case, not only to have the exercising of decisions with respect to the awarding of this particular contract be squeaky clean, but it has to have the perception as well, and that both of those things resulted in certainly a perception that something had not been done properly because of the failure on these two different points. So I want to ask the Premier how involved his office was in the communication around the awarding of that contract, and whether or not anyone in the staff in the Premier's office were advising ERDT on communications around that particular tender. And thank you. Those are my questions.
Recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the first I heard of this contract being awarded to Consulting 17 was out of the paper. Quite frankly, I had no idea that he had actually been part of being applying for a contract. She mentioned that as if there's some conflict because he happens to be my brother. As you would know, Madam Speaker, I have a number of them, and if they have to proclaim every time that they're related to the Premier, some of them actually work for government and have worked for government and have had distinguished careers as public servants. And I want to tell this House how proud I am of my brother, who's actually applied for this position and received that contract, and his distinguished career as a law enforcement officer in this province. But at no time, quite frankly, did I have any involvement in that. As soon as I heard about it, I asked, for the very reasons the members asked, the Conflict of Interest Commissioner to look at it. Merwin, Conflict of Interest Commissioner, looked at the thing. There was no conflict, and moved forward. And I would agree, quite frankly, that the fact that you are related to the Premier, there's a different set of standards, quite frankly, that's put in place. And unfortunately, for my large family, it is a challenge for them because many of them interact in public services, many of them involved in community organizations across this province that involve with the government, but none of them, quite frankly, call the Premier's office looking for something. None of them go out and tell that everyone they interact with that they happen to be their brother. And I would suggest to you, since both of us have held a high-profile position, that I would say most people would recognize that we somewhat look alike. He has a little bit more gray hair than I do, but in no way did I have any influence on him awarding that tender. And I would encourage the member opposite to talk to the people who have actually reviewed those. And I would encourage her to encourage all of the applicants to lay out the applications they put in. And I would encourage her in her independent view to look at the applications to determine whether or not they made the right decision. The Conflict of Interest Commissioner made it very clear, quite frankly, that there was no conflict of interest and that everything was done above board. We're looking forward, quite frankly, for that training to take place.
I recognize the Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm not going to make any comment on which is the better-looking brother. Madam Chair, but you know, it's just very important that, and I think the Premier did say it, that you know it is when you have members of your family who are interacting with the government, that the process be one that is impeccable, I guess you would say, to avoid it's not necessarily that there is a conflict, it is the perception. And so that makes it all the more important to be very rigorous. And I think the Premier understands that is the case. I want to, I know I must be getting close to the end of my time. I want to end out my time here talking to the Premier for a few minutes. How much time do I have left? 2 minutes? I don't have time to do what I want to do, so I'll get a chance in the next round. But I want to talk to the Premier about how the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy process is actually working in his department. I have a couple of concerns and some examples I'd like to give him about whether or not it's consistent with the intention of the legislation, and I will have an opportunity to bring these to his, bring these concerns to his attention, and hear from him whether or not he is aware, and perhaps give him an opportunity to talk about what can be done if he does share the concerns to improve on the process. Right now, I think probably most members of this House, we watch what's going on across the country, and we're aware that there is a problem, for example, with the Government of Ontario, who have been found in the past not to have handed over everything that they have when a Freedom of Information application comes in. And I know it's probably a very cumbersome, it can be a very cumbersome process to go and get every single solitary piece of correspondence, especially in this technological age, but we'll have a chance. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madam Chair, nice to be back up, and I do just want to say quickly a hello again to the Premier's officials that are with us tonight, the deputies Blewett and Stewart and Miller, and welcome them again to the House of Assembly. I know this can be an arduous process, but as I mentioned before, under our system, one of the most important duties assigned to the opposition is the examination of the estimates. And so that's what we're doing tonight, and I know we'll be doing in the days ahead. And of course, on the other side of that, one of the most important duties of a minister, including the Premier, Minister of his departments, is to defend the estimates, or in other words, to take responsibility for the spending and the programs and the use of taxpayers' money that goes on within their areas of responsibility. So having said that, Madam Chair, I would like to turn to the issue of the NDP severance payments, the extra severance payments that were made at the end of their term of office. The Premier may welcome the change of topic, and perhaps will be more forthcoming as we go through this line of questioning than before. But just to review the issue and why it's relevant today, Madam Chair, it came out shortly after the last election that one of the last actions of the previous government in Cabinet, the NDP Cabinet, was to top up with extra money the severance provided to outgoing NDP political staff. Madam Chair, this was done by order in Council and Cabinet and was not publicly disclosed in a quick manner, to say the least, at the time. But what Nova Scotians did hear loud and clear was the new Premier criticizing quite vocally the actions of the previous government in topping up the severance of their own staff, Madam Chair. And the specific issue in question was the decision by the outgoing government to take the severance provisions provided by the Government of Nova Scotia under their contracts with the Premier's office and other departments and add to it credit, cash, for time spent in previous employment with their party's caucus office. This is the extra severance that the Premier was very critical of at the time that it became known. In fact, if I could just take a moment, Madam Chair, and quote some of the Premier's views on this as they were recorded in Hansard here in the House of Assembly at the time. He said, and I quote from Hansard, that they, the NDP, hid behind cabinet secrecy to make sure they bumped up the severance packages. And just before I go on, Madam Chair, I just want to say, I know that the leader of the NDP is here, that their defense at the time was that they wanted to be able to account for their staff's time spent in the caucus office in addition to the time they spent in the direct service of the Government of Nova Scotia. They will have to account to the people of Nova Scotia for that defense, just as the Premier will have to answer for his criticism of it at the time. But in any event, he did say that they hid behind cabinet secrecy to make sure they bumped up the severance packages, and that is in Hansard. Madam Chair, he also said that they bumped up severances that were already generous, meaning that the severance they would get for their service with the government was plenty enough, and that adding caucus office service was too generous. In fact, Madam Chair, the Premier said in this case, specifically referring to his defense of the new government's contract with the new protocol officer, Ms. Langell, he said, unlike the previous government, there is no big payout at the end of the protocol officer's contract. Well, that is true, Madam Chair, in the case of the protocol officer. So I'd just like to start the questioning tonight by asking the Premier, that is true of Ms. Langell's contract, that there is no additional severance beyond her term of government. Is that also true of the other political appointments of the Premier?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, all of the people who have been hired in my office pertaining to severance is exactly the same as it would be in public service, which is 1 month for every year of service provided to the people of the province. There is no, as the member would know, many chiefs of staff have negotiated a full year's salary of severance. There's people that built in 6 months severance. They have all of those different combinations. There is no lump sum. If somebody was terminated tomorrow, they would get exactly the same as every other civil servant in this province, which is 1 month for every year of service.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
You okay, Levy? Calm down. Calm down.
Madam Chair, through a Freedom of Information request, I do in fact have the employment contracts for the staff in the Premier's office, and they do include a severance provision. And I just want to read it for the benefit of the committee. It says that the employee, if the employee was employed at a caucus office immediately before their employment with the province under this agreement, the equivalent of 1 month's salary for every year of service with the province under this agreement and every year of service with the caucus office is their severance. So my question to the Premier is, how is that different, what he is doing, from what the NDP did?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Madam Chair, it's exactly what I've said, that anyone who has been providing service to the people of this province on a continuing basis will receive 1 month's severance if their job ends. The difference is, quite frankly, there is no big payout on the other end of it. There is no lump sum commitment on top of that same provision, is the point. It is either, you either do one, Madam Chair, or some political parties who, given the privilege to govern this province, have chosen to do it a different way, where they've got lump sums. In some cases, if you go back, it was extended, quite frankly, to 18 months It caps at 12 months if your commitment and service to the people of this province. That severance would be based on the salary of where they were all the way through. We're actually, for the first time, Madam Chair, treating taxpayers' monies with the respect they deserve when people get hired into the Premier's office, and you treat it just like every other civil servant. You get 1 month's severance for every year of service.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to pursue this a little further, because what the Premier complained about with the NDP is that they took the years of service directly with the Government of Nova Scotia and added credit for years of service with their caucus office. He was against that. He said it was extra severance, it was an extra bill, and so on. And now we have the new government's exact contracts, and they do the same thing, that they give employees credit for the years of service with the government and credit for years of service with the caucus office. Now, whether that's enough severance or too much or too little isn't the point here. The point is the Premier criticized the NDP for doing it, and now has got the exact same provision in his staff's contract. So my question is, please illuminate us, how is this any different from what you complained about the NDP doing?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Well, Madam Chair, what transpired when the previous government left office, not only were they given credit for the months of service they provided, one level for 1 month, they were also giving a top-up to that inside of it. Well, Madam Chair, I don't know how much more clear we can be. What we have said, you get 1 month's service for every year you serve the people of this province. No top-up, no large amounts. As the member would know, there are many contracts that have been negotiated by previous governments that put in 12-month severance regardless of how long you've been there. You know, one term you're out, you still get 12 months. All of those things have gone on by previous governments. This is the first time, and let me be very clear about this. This is the very first time that a government has come in and actually put people in the Premier's office on the same footing as public servants across this province. You get 1 month's severance for every year of service to the people of this province. And the difference is, we're the first government to do that. Other governments top them up.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to be clear on this. The Premier's criticism of the NDP was that they added extra severance for caucus office experience to the severance packages. He calls that a top-up, 1 month per year of service. Now, I believe what he's saying is the difference here is they're writing it in the contract in the beginning and not topping it up at the end. If that's not the case, please tell me how this provision, which provides for extra severance beyond what the old pattern was, is any different from the NDP.
I recognize the Premier.
Mr. Chair. Not at all. Let me use an example. If the former Chief of Staff had been fired or left office after 3 months, he would have got a full year's salary. If my Chief of Staff left, he would get a severance for every year, for 1 month for every year he served the people of the province, which would not be a full year's salary. The difference is the outgoing party actually had a severance built into the contract, 1 year severance, 6 months severance, and then they topped it up with 1 month for every year they were represented, so they did it both ways. So on the way out the door, they got double severance, is the issue that we had with it. What we've done is, unlike no other government, you can go back and ask for chiefs of staffs, you can look at communications people, you can look at all of those contracts. Never before has a government put in place and provided to political staff the same severance that we offer to the people who represent this province on a daily basis. It's 1 month's service for every year you get the privilege of serving the people of the province of Nova Scotia.
I recognize the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make this as clear as possible. The Premier is taking credit for changing the lump sum payment for a staff member's term with the Government of Nova Scotia from a fixed amount to an amount that grows over time, month by month. Those are two ways of handling a severance for one's time with the government. But the thing that and that's fine, but the thing that he complained about was the NDP decision to reach back in time to a previous employment with a caucus office and count that as well. That alone was the issue that was complained about at the time and called wrong and called an extra top-up. And yet that exact same provision to take whatever severance goes to a staff member for their time in government, in a Premier's office or in the Executive Council office or in a department that relates to the Premier, whatever it is fine. And add to that something new. That's what the NDP did. They added to that something new, which is extra severance for previous work with a caucus office. Now, Mr. Speaker, that's what the Premier complained about. So I just want to be perfectly clear. Do the contracts that the Premier has signed with his own staff include that extra caucus office time, just like the NDP do?
I recognize the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, sorry, Mr. Chair. Let me be clear. I don't know how much more I can say. For every year of service that you provide to the people of the province of Nova Scotia, you get 1 month's severance for every year, just like every other civil servant. What we complained about was that the outgoing party did it both ways. They gave them 1 month severance for every year, plus they gave them the buyout that was in their contract, and in some cases, Mr. Chair, that severance for everyone is capped at 12 months. Typically, whether you go by 1 month and you get the privilege of serving the people for 12 months, it's capped at 12 months, no matter if you're here for 15 or whatever it is. In previous practices, political staff have been guaranteed that year of severance, even if they're only here for 4, if they're only here for 2 months. What the NDP did was they left that provision in place, and then they added on the years of service to get them up to where they needed to be. And in some cases, they took them over to 15 months beyond the 12 months. There's a very big difference. And I know it's difficult for them to look for a smoking gun they thought was hidden somewhere in their information they have. But the reality is it's been pretty forthright, straight out there. We gave them the contracts. We laid it out pretty clearly what you can do. Let me be clear. Everyone who works in the Premier's office is getting 1 month severance for every year they serve the people of this province. No buyout, no more. I'm sure all of them are hoping they get the privilege of being here for 12 years. But the fact of the matter is the people of Nova Scotia will determine that.
I recognize the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The buyout that the Premier objected to from the NDP was, in fact, a payment for time they spent not in the service of the government, but in the service of the NDP caucus office. Now they have the exact same formula for that previous time in their contracts. This is the issue, Mr. Chair, that 1 month of service for your time with the government and a month for your time with your previous employment with your party's caucus office. So I guess we'll have to agree to disagree, but it's the same thing in our view as the NDP did. And the only reason it's an issue, it may be fair, it may be unfair, but the reason it's an issue is because the Premier criticized them so much for it in defense of his own hiring of the protocol officer, and then we find they have at least, let's say, a similar provision in the contracts today. So I will ask the Premier, this new severance, the one that includes government time and caucus time, is it included in all of the contracts of the political staff under his supervision?
I recognize the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to be clear. For every month that someone who works, for every year that someone works on behalf of the people of the province of Nova Scotia and have done so, they'll get a month's severance, nothing more. Mr. Speaker, I know that the member would understand these contracts because many of them have had a year provision in them, whether that's lasted 4 years or which was, so they end up with a full year's salary. If you're a civil servant and you work 4 years, you get 4 months. Not a full year. What we put in place, quite frankly, is what every civil servant in this province, you get a year's severance for every year you work for the people of this province, and I want to be clear, that severance will be based on the salary that you earned in the year that you earned the year severance, not on your final salary.
I recognize the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is remarkably similar to the defense that the NDP used in defending what they did. Mr. Chair, they too claimed that all they were doing was giving staff credit for a month's severance for every year of work, so which was not an acceptable answer to the Premier when they did it, but now he's using the same or certainly a very similar defense here today. Mr. Chair, moving on, the Premier's office salaries went up 5%, or are going up 5%, as the estimates show for the year that we are now entering into. And so even though they're the same number of people in terms of FTEs in the Premier's office, I'll ask the Premier if included in that 5% is some kind of accounting or accrual or record that's being kept for the provision of severance at the end of their contracts.
I recognize the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me be clear. I know it's difficult for some people to understand this, but the outgoing party actually provided severance in two forms. Not only did they give a lump sum, but they then changed the contract to include all of the years of service. Not only did they do something untraditional, which was stop at 12 months, they actually changed the rules to take it to 15 months. So what they did was they provided severance to their employees in two different ways. What we have done is provided severance to the people who work for us the same way that every other civil servant who has the privilege of serving this province does. And when it comes to whether or not we've accounted for that in the Premier's office and the estimates, the answer to that would be no.
I recognize Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that people who are watching this will get the point that severance for political staff now, after the NDP started, have two components. One is for their time in government in the Premier's office, and the other is for their previous employment with their party caucus office. What the Premier says he's changed is the first part, which is that instead of a lump sum, there is now a formula, and that's fine. We're not disputing that. But what he has kept is the second part that the NDP started of reaching back in time and providing additional severance, what he had previously called a top-up, for their time in their caucus office. So I think we've established that, and I asked the question if they were accounting for that extra severance, and the answer is no, so we'll all make a mental addition to the budget for whatever amount that adds up to. And I'd like to move on and ask the Premier another question, which is, when we asked for the contracts of the Premier's office staff, we in fact were delivered 12 contracts under a Freedom of Information request. The estimate book says there are 9 staff in the Premier's office. How can he account for that difference?
I recognize the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know the contracts that he was delivered. I want to congratulate people who work in the office for being so forthright and putting information out. I'm more than happy to review the contracts and identify where those people are. But I want to go back, and I don't want anyone at home to be confused. Previous governments have provided lump sum payments. So if you worked for 4 years and got turfed out of office, you got a 12-month severance in some cases. We've stopped that practice. If you work for 4 years for the government of Nova Scotia, you get 4 months. If you work for 8 years, you get 8 months. If you work for 15, you're capped at 12. What the previous government did was provide a lump sum in their contract. It's not that hard to figure out. They gave one of them a 12 months, some 6 months, and then on top of that, they added and went back and calculated their years of service, so they gave them a month's severance on top of the lump sum for every year they served, and instead of capping it at 12, they took it to 15 months. Nova Scotians understood it very well, Mr. Chair, very well.
I recognize the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we've gone back and forth on this point a number of times. So I'm going to move on in a moment. But what Nova Scotians understood was the NDP added previous time to severance after they were defeated, but before the government changed. And the biggest complainer of that action was the new Premier. And yet we find, at the most charitable, a very similar provision in the new contracts of the Premier's office. That's really what we're talking about. Now, you're going to have to forgive me if in his answer, he did answer this, but I'd asked to explain why there are 12 contracts in an office with 9 people, and I'm sorry I missed that part of the answer. Okay, you had mentioned that there were some secondments out of your office.
Order. Please address your questions to the chair.
Okay. Well, then what we'll do is we'll provide, sorry, Mr. Chair.
Okay, sorry.
We will provide the names, and then we can find out where people are actually working at this point in time. Just give me 1 second, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chair, I know we could go, well, you know what, Mr. Chair, I think I didn't ask a question yet, did I? Oh, no, you go ahead.
I recognize the Premier.
I just want to, I know the leader missed my response to his earlier question that he suggested there were a number of contracts he had received that didn't match up with the number that were in my office. I want to encourage him to send me the names, so we'll make sure that they identify who those people are and identify where they are, and to make sure that he gets the information that he's looking for.
I recognize the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. I do have them here, but rather than name people here in committee and take them through this process, so we'll provide that directly and then ask that the Premier or his officials provide us with the reconciliation of the 12 names to the 9 that appear in the estimate book. Really not interested in naming them on the floor of the House of Assembly, so I think that's a good way to do it. Yeah, no, I think that's how we'll proceed. Mr. Chair, I mentioned, I think twice now, that this is one of the most important things we do in opposition, is to examine the estimates, and the ones that are attached to the Premier are the ones that should be given the biggest going over of all. And it's not often we get into the exact clauses provided in staff contracts, other than that it was the Premier himself, Mr. Chair, who chose to make that a big issue. And I believe that we and other Nova Scotians were kind of in agreement that a top-up at the end of a government's term of office seemed unfair. It seemed to offend our sense of what an outgoing party ought to do, particularly since the election date had come and gone. And although the outgoing government still had the power to do these things until the official transition date, that it just seemed like it wasn't right, that whatever severance was written into employment contracts up to the date of election should be the severance that ends up getting provided after the election is over and an anticipated change in government is about to happen. There is no dispute about that, Mr. Chair. What is in question is whether the incoming government, having criticized the previous government for their actions, wrote similar provisions into their own. Now, the Premier is vigorously trying to say they're not the same. But when you line them up side by side, Mr. Chair, they look an awful lot alike. Now, perhaps the formula for the government service has changed, and that's fine. But the reaching back into the past to provide a top-up for past service, that is the same, Mr. Chair, and that's important for Nova Scotians to know, because they will be judging the new government in the same way and with the same standards as they judged the previous government. How was taxpayers' money treated? How were employees of the government treated? Do they get rights or benefits or privileges or severances beyond what is available in other places? And Mr. Chair, it's important that people know that if you are against something when another party does it, then you shouldn't be following along on a similar line when a new party comes in. And that's one of the important principles that needs to be established here tonight. So I will say, Mr. Chair, that we clearly have reached an impasse on this, but the contracts lined up side by side will speak for themselves, I guess. And we will provide to the Premier the names of all of the people whose contracts are assigned to his office, and ask that he then show us how those 12 reconcile to the 9 that are in the official budget documents. And at that point, I think we'll likely move on to other things, knowing that there are questions that remain unanswered, but going back and forth in this way for a prolonged length of time is probably not going to get us or anybody any further ahead. So having said that, Mr. Chair, I will just sort of wrap up this section by pointing out that the taxpayers of Nova Scotia who pay the bills for all of this at the highest rates of personal income tax and the highest sales tax. If they work for a company, that company may well pay the highest corporate tax. In many parts of our province, they pay the highest property tax. They expect all that tax money to be treated as if by a government as if it was their own, or even at a higher standard because it belongs to the taxpayer. And they expect that when we count it in the billions of dollars, as we do in things like the health budget and the education budget, or in the size of our provincial debt, but they also expect it when we count it in the hundreds and in the thousands of dollars. As we see when premiers come in and sign contracts with their political staff, as we see when the administration budget, which might be small in the global sense, but is still important to be the first place to find savings, is examined. We see it in the hiring of political appointments outside of the public service, which, after all, is still paid for with taxpayers' money. We see it in the number of people that work in the central agencies of government, whether they're intergovernmental affairs or executive council or priorities and planning, or policies and planning, I should say. I think that's the title now. Is it policies and planning? Okay. Among other things, we see a government that is spending all that vast sums of taxpayers' money that the people of Nova Scotia send in, and borrowing up to $500 million more, $279 million on the operating deficit, and then some more on capital items. And they want to know that every dollar is accounted for, and that it's spent fairly and wisely. Now, we challenge that in the case of the Protocol Office, where Nova Scotians who pay those bills did not get a chance to apply for that job, other than one Nova Scotian who seemed to know to send her resume in before it was even called for. And they want to know that when staff come and go, that the severance top-up that gets complained about isn't in fact the same with the new government or similar as with the old government. So that's why we have done the job that we've done tonight, Mr. Chair, and I know we have many more hours of estimates to debate, and that's exactly where we intend to go with the rest of our time. Thank you.
I recognize the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to be clear that what we were complaining about was the fact that not only did you count years of service, but there was a top-up, a lump sum that was written into the contracts, that the contracts had been changed to accommodate both the lump sum and years of service. Not only was it changed to accommodate both, it actually increased the 12-month cap to 15 in some cases. It's very clear to Nova Scotians what had happened. What we have done is provided to our staff the same severance that would be provided to every other public servant.
I recognize the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe we've all had our say on this, and the people of Nova Scotia will ultimately be the judge, as they should be, and we should all respect that. And so with those few comments, I again want to thank the Premier, first of all, for his time tonight, and his officials who are all here. And with that, we conclude our time in this set of estimates, Madam Chair, and I believe there will be further questions from the other party.
I recognize the leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When my time was completed, I had just started to talk about the way the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy process works with respect to FOIPOPs, and I wanted to raise a matter with the Premier with respect to this. In our system of government, one of the other tools that has developed over a period of time is this whole process to obtain information from government to help the public understand the workings of government and to contribute to a process of more accountability, more transparency, and again, to make sure that we have a system that people can have confidence in. And if people feel the system is not working properly, then it starts to erode their confidence in the system. So this is the concern I want to bring to the Premier, and find out if he can help me understand how this process is working in his office. All opposition parties utilize the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy process to obtain information to allow us to do our work. And not so long ago, we submitted a FOIPOP to the Premier's office for all letters and emails that had been sent or received regarding the whole question of veterans issues. This has been a contentious issue around the province, and I know we're all very concerned in all of the party caucuses here on the stories we hear from veterans with respect to the challenges that they face and the level of service that they either get or don't get, feel they need from our federal government. And there was a FOIPOP, as I said, to the Premier's office asking for all correspondence with respect to veterans issues and the issue around veterans advocate between a certain date, which you generally do. Put in the dates for which you're looking for information. And Madam Chair, we received one record. It was an email from the Premier's press secretary, Laurel Monroe, to the Premier's Chief of Staff, Kirby McVicker, and his Director of Communications, Kyle Harris. When in our caucus office, we had a letter from my colleague, the member for Sydney Whitney Pier, to the Premier regarding the hiring of a veterans advocate on February the 14th, and it was not included in the information we got back. And generally it would have been if it was a piece of correspondence that would have fallen within the request and the dates. On another occasion, we submitted a request for all letters, again, with respect to the 17 consulting contract. And one of the records we received was a redacted email sent from Laurel Monroe to Kirby McVicker on a draft statement to be issued on December the 2nd. However, no records were returned from Kirby McVicker indicating he had received this email. We also submitted an email or a FOIPOP to the Premier's office for all letters and emails received regarding Glennie Langell. And several emails do not appear in the record of letters and emails sent or received by Communications Director Kylie Harris. We got a large package. So in other words, we got a large package of material from one person in the Premier's office, but the other person in the Premier's office provided no correspondence. And because they were between each other, there should have been communication from both. We know that the press secretary to the Premier sent an email with the subject line, and we've received this, and a number of other things. So, long story short, Madam Chair, many of the emails that we received from one entity weren't there from a different entity where they should have been. So we're trying to understand what exactly is going on in the Premier's office when they receive a Freedom of Information application. How is it that some of the correspondence that we know that is there is not part of the package that's coming? And, you know, this is nothing big and earth-shattering or major, like wiping computer disks or anything like that. It's just the routine operation of the process as we understand it. We are concerned that there are things that are definitely being missed, and our kind of paper file indicates that that is the case.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be more than happy to ask questions and review what's happening, why the letter that came from the member from Sydney Whitney Pier wasn't put in part of the protocol or part of the Freedom of Information request. I received that letter. I responded to it. In terms of emails and back and forth, I'm not sure why one member wouldn't have answered, why one member of my staff wouldn't have answered another member on an email, but certainly we'll look through the procedure of what's being used and try to answer those questions for her.
I recognize the Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank the Premier. I know, I can only imagine, I shouldn't say I know because I don't know actually, I can only imagine the volume of correspondence into the Premier's office. You know, I'm going to tell a little story. One of the former ministers of finance, a former minister of finance, has asked me not to tell this story, but I tell it all the time. I kind of like, the Minister of Health will really like this story. So, you know, everybody has this idea that the biggest job in government next to the Premier's job is the finance minister's job. And when you go in, become finance minister, there's a lot of people who commiserate with you. They say, oh my gosh, you know, it wasn't bad enough that you had to be the Minister of Health. Now you have to be the Minister of Finance. And that's such a big job. And I used to say, well, no, actually, the Minister of Health is the biggest job. And let me tell you about why that's such a big job. The minister, and this is the part that the former Minister of Finance didn't want me to say, but the Minister of Health gets on average 3,000 pieces of correspondence a month. The Minister of Finance gets slightly more than 300 a year. So there's no comparison to those two. And so I can only imagine if the Minister of Finance or Health is getting that many pieces of correspondence, I can only imagine what the Premier is getting. And I know that you know, keeping track of these things for things like Freedom of Information applications really requires extraordinary administration within the Premier's office. But it's, you know, in its early days for a new government, but it's really important, I think, that that process be in place and that it work and that everyone have confidence in it. And that's my point, raising this with the Premier. I know he will certainly look into that. I want to go back just for one moment to the previous questions I was asking around the Laurel Bolton, I can never Broughton. I had indicated to the Premier that a member of his staff was very much involved in the hiring of Ms. Broughton. So I'm wondering if the Premier could undertake to get me some information to confirm whether or not that was the case, that a member of his staff was involved, and the basis on which that contract was awarded, whether or not that contract was awarded in keeping with the procurement process for the province, and if an exemption was granted from that, on what basis the exemption was granted, and who made those decisions. Were they those decisions that were made in the Department of Finance, or were those decisions that were made between his office and the Department of Finance? The Premier did indicate he is very interested in and concerned about taxation and regulatory policy, and I'm sure his staff are very aware of that. So I'm trying to understand who exactly were involved and where the decision-making power rested on that as I prepare for estimates in the Department of Finance.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, one of Jason Hahn's responsibilities would be Department of Finance. I don't know what was in communications back and forth, but let me be very clear that the hiring Laurel Broughton was a decision made by the Department of Finance. They made that decision. They'll be able to respond to that. I do want to comment a little bit, though, I must say, on the when the members started beginning to talk, I was beginning to think, I would have to think, the toughest job in this in government would have to be the Minister of Health. I can only imagine the challenges that that are facing that department, and quite frankly, the kinds of communications, because as all members of this House would know, no matter what constituency you live in this province, the health concerns of those citizens are paramount, and families and constituents continue to raise access to health care, the health issues that are associated with them. And I know that they not only communicate that directly to the local MLA, but they oftentimes communicate that directly to the Minister of Health and Wellness. I'm fortunate to have the Minister of Health and Wellness next door to my constituency. We share boundaries on constituencies, so he probably gets more than his share of not only his own constituents, but some of mine would probably go directly to him looking for the answers around health care. But as far as Ms. Broughton goes, it was the Department of Finance that dealt with that.
I recognize the leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Well, this pretty much brings to a conclusion any of the issues and the concerns that I wanted to raise with the Premier today, with one, I guess, final point or series of points. And again, going back to the opening comments I made about where our province is with respect to some of the challenges that we face. You know, we all are very aware of the Ivany report and all of the good information that's contained in that report. One of the things that I do get a bit concerned about is that we not get into a situation where we think the sky is falling. The sky is not falling. I've gone around the province myself talking to people about the economic circumstances of the province. And I used to get quite cross and frustrated when people would talk about how Nova Scotia was an economic basket case and how we were like Greece or how we're like Detroit or stuff like that. None of that is accurate. You know, if you look at the ratio of GDP, debt load to GDP, Greece is something like 100, the GDP is something, the debt is something like 165% greater than the GDP of Greece. In the United States, their debt is like getting close to 70% of the GDP. Here in Nova Scotia, we're around 35%, 36%. So, you know, everything is relative. You have to kind of look at the situation. Our debt load to GDP has been on a downward trend. We need to be concerned about our debt. I'm concerned about our debt. I'm very concerned that we spend close to $1 billion a year to service our debt, or $800 million, or whatever it is now. And I'm concerned that our debt will continue to grow over the next 4 years. That's what is laid out in this budget. That should be a concern to all of us, to each and every person here, and that we have a government who sat on this side of the House and railed and criticized a former government, more than one former government, for the financial situation in the province. And now, essentially, we see a budget that's doing exactly the same thing. Is a little bit irritating, to say the least, Madam Chair. However, that is not to say that our province is an economic basket case. And we should not allow that to be said. We should know the facts. We are people who should at least be informed about what the reality is and not allow ourselves to be boxed into policy positions that are predicated on a kind of hysteria that's not accurate. So that's the first thing I would say when I look at the budget and what needs to happen. We do need to control our deficits. We need to get them under control. We need to live within our means. We need to stop contributing to the debt. This budget does not do this, and we are not headed in the right direction with respect to doing that. But at the same time, we are not a basket case. We have some very serious problems in front of us, Madam Chair, and the biggest problem in front of us is our demographics. It's a demographic problem. And we have an aging population. I don't know if perhaps the minister, the government House Leader, would like the floor. Madam Chair?
Have you concluded your remarks? Then I recognize the Leader of the NDP Party.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So we are not an economic basket case. We do have challenges, though, and our biggest challenge is our demographics. And I have to ask myself, what is in this budget that helps us deal with those demographic problems? And the most significant thing in this budget is the elimination of the graduate retention rebate. And it's hard to believe that that is the most significant measure in the budget, because it will contribute to a loss of those very young, skilled people. And I know we're all hearing from them who are very upset and very concerned about this measure. And so I hope we have an opportunity, and I hope the government members have an opportunity to learn more about that particular tax credit and to consider the measures that have been taken in this budget to eliminate that and who we're going to impact and what that means then for the future of our province. Whether or not this is putting us on a path that will see us have the ability to have prosperity and deal with our demographic challenges, or whether in fact it contributes to the problems that we have. And I would respectfully say to you, Madam Chair, that this is going to further the situation that we have with respect to the out-migration of young, well-educated people from our community, people who we need to stay here, and for whom this particular tax credit made a significant difference in their household incomes, to help them reduce debt, to help them put down roots in Nova Scotia, and to make them want to stay here. So I, at the beginning, said that while there's a lot of expenditure, there's a lot of growth in expenditure in this budget, it seems to be done without a sense of priorities, without a plan, and without a strategy to deal with the real challenges that this province does have. And in the coming days and weeks, we will have an opportunity to articulate what our concerns are even more fully, and we will also have an opportunity to lay out some ideas for what the priorities might be otherwise than what we're seeing. And I think at this juncture, we're not getting the the dramatic change that we were promised, the way forward we were promised, and that will become increasingly obvious to members of our province in the coming days and months. So with those remarks, I know that my time is getting close to an end, but it hasn't ended yet, and I'm sure perhaps the Premier will have some closing remarks he would like to make before he leaves the chamber. So I want to thank the Premier and his staff for being here tonight and for answering our questions, and I look forward to the additional information he will provide. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, I recognize the Honourable Premier, and hopefully he will take the opportunity to make some remarks in conclusion.
No, I think there's some other questions, Madam Chair, Madam Chair, I do want to respond to the remarks by the leader of the Democratic Party. She has recognized one of the greatest challenges we face in this province is the demographic challenge, the out-migration. I think one of the things, I do want to share her belief that we are not Greece. Let me be clear about that. Do we have challenges? Absolutely. I think one of the things that the Ivany Commission did was actually began to focus on and actually give an independent analysis, which I gave the former Premier, Premier Dexter, credit for initiating, an independent view outside of the political circle. So when he put his directive to Nova Scotians on the Now or Never report, talking about the demographic challenges that we have, looking at the out-migration, when he talked about the fact that the private sector was not growing in this province, it was to really say, the Now or Never piece was to say, let's not continue down the road of where we're not quite frank with Nova Scotians, telling them exactly what it is we're spending. It's why, quite frankly, this turnaround, there is no prepayment to universities. The two previous governments took an opportunity to prepay universities, to look to change the financial aspects of how we deliver services to Nova Scotians. If you look at what happened for community services, there was an advance payment of in 1 year that actually offloaded that on the books, so it became very hard for for Nova Scotians to be able to determine exactly where we are because of the movement around that's happening. All of the things that we've spent in this year, we've tabled in this budget, very encouraged by that. We've also made an investment to actually respond to what the Ivany Commission was saying, and that is that we have an investment in immigration. We know that we have to grow our population, and we need help from the federal government. We are now putting together a Premier's panel on immigration, which will include first-generation immigrants who are driving the economy of this province. It will include the university sector, the business sector. It will be part of how we build a plan. We believe it's prudent for us to be able to take a plan to the federal government that we believe will work, that they can see as a path forward, instead of just going and yelling and screaming about lifting the cap, or here's where we believe we can grow the population of the province of Nova Scotia. We also see that looking at our university sector as a great opportunity, not only to attract immigrants from around the world, but to actually bring other sons and daughters of Canadians into this province to get a good education, provide them an opportunity to stay. It's why we've invested in research grants. You'll see an opportunity for the university graduates to actually get a job in this province. The graduate rebate was actually, retention rebate was actually a good thing for those who were here working and getting a job, but nothing to actually keep those graduates who didn't have a job. What the Ivany Commission had talked about was how do we focus on providing job prospects. We believe the best way to do that was by investing in research opportunities, using these great public institutions that we have, linking it with the private sector, the tremendous amount of research that is taking place, giving these young, bright minds an opportunity to do that research right here at home, as opposed to go to Ontario or other provinces of this country where, quite frankly, they've invested in research. They continue to capitalize on the public institutions they've had. It's why we've increased the apprenticeship opportunities for young apprentices right here at home, changing the ratios, giving them a first job here in Nova Scotia. Many people have heard me say this. People are going down the road, shall we say, because they don't have a job, because they need an economic opportunity, an economic reason to stay. They need a job to be able to pay down some of that debt. What the Ivany Commission has said is, how do we work with the private sector to make that happen? I think you'll see some of the initiatives that have been laid out in this budget very clearly points towards the private sector. I made it clear as well, the private sector has a role and responsibility here. They can't just say, well, we don't have any skilled worker without giving young people an opportunity to work. You can't have it both ways. And they know that. I'm very encouraged by the response I've received from the private sector. And we're going to continue to build on the Ivany report across party lines, quite frankly. I want to thank the leader of the Democratic Party for agreeing to be part of a steering committee that will oversee the implementation of the Ivany report. Whether it be private sector people who will be part of that. And as well, we'll continue to make sure that we continue to build opportunities for Nova Scotians to continue to participate and drive the public discussion about how we move this province forward. There are many great examples, quite frankly, regardless of where you live, and the leader of the Democratic Party mentioned she had an opportunity to travel this province. When you do, you become inspired by what's happening here. You look at the research in the valley and around the wine industry. And all of that is driven, quite frankly, by precious public dollars that have been invested, working with our public institutions in the private sector to be able to drive job growth. 10 years ago, Nova Scotians weren't even drinking the wine, let alone ever imagined that 10 years later that we would have we winning international awards. Well, that happened through prudent investment by government, working with the private sector, using in a collaborative way the institutions that we have to be able to drive good job opportunities through the sectors we have. I've given credit before to the Orchard Revitalization Program that came in under the McDonald government, which was actually taking the orchard, the apple industry in this province that had a tremendous volume of apples, and we continue to sell them around the world as a low-priced commodity. And we used to pray in the valley every year that Mother Nature would cooperate, we'd have no late frost, or we'd have no bad storms, and that we'd get enough of the product to be able to take it to market so that the farmers could feel like they actually could make a living that year. Well, through research and development, by understanding the soils, understanding the temperatures in the valley, understanding what commodities could actually grow, out of it came the Honeycrisp program. And we continue to transform that industry over the last 5 years in a way that they now see a positive future going forward. We've actually, in this budget, invested in continuing to revitalize the orchards across the province, not just in the Honeycrisp program, but looking at the next Honeycrisp. What is the next apple that we can grow here in Nova Scotia to continue to drive I hear the Minister, Sweet Tango, the member from Kings West, Minister of Health, but will drive good opportunities for people to live and work right here in Nova Scotia. But as one of the things that the Ivany report said very clearly, it can't be all government. Government has to be part of it. Government has to try to ensure that we provide the services that Nova Scotians want. They made it very clear to us. Quite frankly, they wanted an investment in public education. They wanted an investment in health care. They want to make sure. But they also understand as that stuff changes, they want to be part of that solution of going forward. And what we have said to them is that we'll invest in the things and make sure that we stabilize the services that we provide to you in a way that transforms them to meet the needs of our population today. It's why the educational review is ongoing. Hard to believe, Madam Chair, that it's been 25 years. John Buchanan was the Premier the last time we had a review of the public education system in this province. 25 years ago. Imagine how much has changed in that period of time, from simple communications to the needs of our students, from the way people communicate, from the way people learn. The dynamics of our classrooms have changed substantially. Are we investing properly with children with special needs? All of those kinds of discussions and questions have to be asked to Nova Scotia, not just, quite frankly, of the professionals who stand in front of our students, but of parents and of students. What was their experience like? How could they see that we could change it differently? Should we have more trades opportunities in schools? Because they may see that's where their opportunity is for growth and opportunity. They'll tell us that, and that's part of that transformation of what will happen over the number of years in public education. I'm excited about the fact that so many Nova Scotians are wanting to be involved in that conversation. And you know, one of the things that I discovered when Reading Recovery was removed from the system, as I was knocking on doors around the province, it wasn't just parents who were complaining about the removal of that program, it was grandparents. It was caregivers who were saying that they could see a change in the young person who they were looking after. And they were seeing real positive results under that program. I'm really thrilled that that program is back in place. It's another option. It's another tool for school boards and teachers to be able to rely on to make sure that they're providing our children with the best opportunity to take advantage, quite frankly, of what I believe will be opportunities out there. I think kids in this province, quite frankly, can compete with anyone. We just have enough confidence in them and give them a system that challenges them, one that raises the bar and lets them strive for it, and they will exceed any expectation that we may have of them in a real positive way. The Minister of Health has been embarking now in a period of time to going around talking to healthcare providers to be able to say to them, how do we change the healthcare system, one from the administrative focus that we've had to patient focus. I've been very pleased with the work that he's been doing, how he's engaged healthcare providers across this province. I want to assure that the Minister of Health has heard from nurses about the issues around staffing. Very encouraged by his response and the work he's been doing of reaching out into hospitals, and he will continue to do that across this province to ensure that we provide the proper staffing levels at institutions, not just in the capital region, but across Nova Scotia. The minister will be looking at the call-in rate when people are sick, who's being called in. Those are the kinds of things that we'll find answers for. But to his credit, he believed that that could be done through collaboration and hard work with the healthcare providers and those that are delivering those services to Nova Scotians, and he'll continue to do that. I've often said, I think I have the toughest job in Nova Scotia because I'm next door to, as an MLA, one of the most active MLAs in this House. And I know all members are active in their community, but the member from Kings West seems to have the ability to continue to go, no matter how hard he's worked the day before. And he's continued, but one of the things that has impressed me the most, quite frankly, is his ability to collaborate with people and continue to provide good services. And I was so fortunate that he accepted the invitation to be the Minister of Health and deal with those 3,000 letters of correspondence he receives a month that I discovered here today. So it's an encouraged thing. But one of the things that, if you look at this budget, one of the things that's happened here is that one of the challenges has been around revenue growth. There has been a real downturn in that. From all of the revenue projections are much lower than were anticipated. We believe some of the changes that we're bringing in will help make some of those changes because it's providing job opportunities. And quite frankly, it's what we've been hearing from both public and private institutions is they appreciate the fact that we want to collaborate with them and make them part of the solution that we'll certainly lead. We have no problem with leading the charge, but we need both the public and private institutions of this province to accept their role in helping move this province forward. I want to tell you, shortly after becoming the Premier, I had the good fortune of going across departments in this province, meeting people, men and women who have worked on behalf of Nova Scotians in the public service in every department, and how energized I was by their response. Like all members of this House, we've had the privilege to sit for various lengths of time, but as our individual constituencies, when we're looking for answers for our individual constituent, we often find our way into the public service. And we find someone at the other end of the phone, quite frankly, who's responding and giving us the answer that we need to communicate back to our constituent, so that we can, in some small way, make a difference in the lives of our constituents. And I've said on behalf of all of us, to many public servants, quite frankly, they have no idea of how many homes they find their way into by the information they distribute to us on a daily basis. Through the way they respond, by answering the call, by giving us that information, we communicate it back into our homes and to the people we represent. And it's because of the good work they do that this province and we've been able to respond to many Nova Scotians. And oftentimes, Madam Chair, regardless of where you are, I don't care who you are, who you're born to, or where you're born, what community you're born in, all of us need someone to lean on. And for many Nova Scotians, that's family, or that's someone who loves us, who cares for us, who stays with us in our difficult days. They respond and help pick us up. But for a lot of Nova Scotians, that's government. That's the men and women who work on behalf of the civil service, who respond to the needs of Nova Scotians. The Department of Community Services, I believe, roughly 1,700 public servants, who, let me tell you, no one calls their offices on a good day. They call their offices at the very difficult and worst time, quite frankly, but the way they respond in a professional way, housing, the same issue is there, that they respond in a caring way, and it makes a difference in the lives of that Nova Scotian. And I could go through department after department on the way that people respond, but I thought it was important, quite frankly, that we recognize in this House that while we've given the privilege to sit here and to occupy a chair and provide and do what we do as elected officials, we're going to get thrown out of here at some point or leave on our own will. That happens, just the way it works. Sorry, if anyone thinks they're staying here forever, sorry, it doesn't work that way. But the public service is the institution that needs to remain strong. And it's why all of us should do everything we can to encourage people to believe in the public institutions, to provide services, to want to aspire to be a public servant, quite frankly, because they can make a difference regardless of what position you hold in the public service in the lives of Nova Scotians. And it is absolutely why I think we all need to continue to say very loudly how appreciative we are, oftentimes in this House, from all sides of it. Sometimes the public service becomes, quite frankly, the easy way out. to blame the public service for everything, when in actual fact they're delivering on the public policies of the government of the day. And they're working on behalf of Nova Scotians when indeed they come to work every day, regardless of who Nova Scotians elected to be government. They get up every day and they come to work to do the very best they can on behalf of the people of Nova Scotia. And we need to send a message that we appreciate it. We want to continue to allow you to aspire, continue to find that personal growth that all of us want in our profession and in our jobs, and that we appreciate it, and so do Nova Scotians appreciate it. And I'd use this phrase, when Nova Scotians say that damn government, they're referring to all of us. They're not referring to the people who work for government, the public servants. They look at them in a way that, in a positive way. And I think, and I've had the chance to say this a number of times, not only to them, but to other people, and I wanted to put it on the record in this House, that we are very, very fortunate. I've had some members of my family who've made a career in public service in terms of being in the, they were smart enough not to run for office, I will say, have worked on behalf of Nova Scotians in various parts. And I know how much they take that job as part of their life. And I've had the privilege of working with deputies, that some are here, senior members in government, who live this job, who live their jobs. You know, we call them, people call them, they get calls on the weekends, basketball games, grocery stores. They get calls from us or from people in their departments looking for answers. And they're responding to that because they take their job, quite frankly, as serious as we take our job and the privilege of being elected into the House of Assembly. Madam Chair, I know there are some members here who want to ask me a few questions regarding the issues from their perspective, from their constituencies. You know, we are very fortunate in this province to the Leader of the Democratic Party's comment. Do we have challenges? Absolutely. And there are lots of them. The Ivany Commission laid some of them out. But we also have great people who can actually respond to those needs. There's some of them, quite frankly, are in the public service, and some of them are in the private sector. And we'll see the private sector be reinvigorated, looking at trying to drive job growth. And the response that we've been receiving from the private sector has been so encouraging that we see the opportunity to continue to build revenues for the province of Nova Scotia, so that we continue to provide the services that Nova Scotians expect from their government.
I recognize the honourable member from Dartmouth South.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Let me begin by just taking a moment or two to indicate what a privilege and an honour it is to be able to stand in this House and an example of democracy in action, an opportunity to speak before the members of this House. I found it interesting that our Premier just a moment or two ago mentioned that just as I was planning my first opportunity to rise and speak and ask a question, he reminded that we're all going to be turfed out of here in no time. So I thought it interesting that he would remind me of that just as I was getting ready to start. Thank you. But many people in this House may know that I was a journalist for over 30 years in a previous life. And to me, this is an opportunity for the people of Nova Scotia to see democracy in action. I'd like to thank the members of the opposition for their questions throughout the evening this evening. It's a tremendous learning experience, Madam Chair, for myself and for all the rest of us that sit in the back benches. Over the past few days, we've been reminded by several members on the opposite side that we are newbies and rookies, and that may be true. But many of us are learning this process and are working hard at this process to represent our constituents and to represent all Nova Scotians at every opportunity. So I do want to thank the members opposite, and I also want to thank them, I guess, for taking a little less time, perhaps, than was expected, and giving some of us back here the opportunity to ask some questions. And as a journalist, you know, the thing that I'm always looking for is some answers to questions that we may have and explanations. So if I may beg the Premier's indulgence for a moment or two, I'd like perhaps, if he could, a little clarification. A couple of weeks ago, the announcement of a new department, Internal Services. And I was just wondering if the Premier would be able to perhaps enlighten the people of Nova Scotia a little more on exactly what that department would entail and perhaps some of the responsibilities involved. Sure.
I recognize the honourable Premier.
Listen, first of all, I want to, I actually hate the phrase backbench, quite honestly. I remember the very first day that I got the privilege of sitting in this house, I was so far against that wall that I had to kind of maneuver myself because there wasn't enough room to get my legs in underneath the chair. And Junior Terrio sat next to me, the member from Digby Annapolis, and we had actually thought about asking them to renovate the hall so we could at least go into the hallway a little bit to give us a bit more room. But next to me in that chair, for a better part of the time I sat here, was a member from Timberley Prospect, Mr. Estabrooks, Bill Estabrooks, who I must tell you, when I stood up for the very first time, shaking to speak, leaned over and kept saying, just be calm, just keep talking. You've earned the right to be in this place. Keep talking, make sure the people of your constituency get your voice heard. And he continued to provide encouragement to me over the my period of time of being in this house. And one of his most important phrases, as he used to say, it doesn't matter where you sit in this house, as long as you get a seat. Thank you for the question around internal government services. We have attempted to, in the process of, in the first 4 months, have looked at the services that we deliver to Nova Scotians. How do we best do that? When it became very apparent that I've used this phrase before, I've been a serviceman all my life, and that's what I am now. I just deliver services to people. As the Premier of this province, and that's the job of government, is to deliver services on behalf of the people of this province. It became clear that there were services that we were providing and delivering to ourselves, and then there were those services that we were actually communicating and delivering to Nova Scotians. So when you go look at internal government services, it's the procurement piece is brought in, will be brought in. There's a couple of other pieces that will be brought in about the stuff that we do internally inside of government, which was scattered throughout different departments. We brought it to one central agency, one central department, so that we could look for efficiencies to drive savings in the long run. There's been a transition that's taken place now. We believe we will begin to see those savings in the years to come. We also looked at the IT, the payroll pieces, all of that will end up in that intergovernmental services piece that we're going to look at. Then we looked at Service Nova Scotia municipal relations, and we realized that the municipal relations side of that was dealing with municipal governments. We added some pieces, the fire service, the EMO, things that municipal governments really have much of the responsibility and partnership with the province under one department. And then we moved the Service Nova Scotia piece, which is actually a service delivery portion. It takes in many of the services that we deliver to Nova Scotians. So we wanted to actually change that from one that's focused more on one that will be driven by, from a business model and a service delivery model. The people who work in those departments will continue to be public servants. The way there will be a board associated with the Service Nova Scotia piece, where we'll be private sector driven, looking for how do we deliver services in a better way, how can we streamline some of the processes that we do, how does it impact on the person on the receiving end. It's looking at it in a way that says, okay, how do I make this service the most efficient as I possibly can? Yes, to find savings, but also to make the experience of that individual Nova Scotian a more receptive one, so that they understand that they can go and find, regardless of what it is they may be looking for, when it comes to programming, the seniors property tax rebate, you're looking at that form is in that department. Many of the forms that all of us in this House would use to deliver to our constituencies is in that department. Have we tracked it well enough to know that we automatically just send it out year after year to make the experience that much easier for, because the private sector would do that, looking at making sure that some of the other ways that we do business make sense. And it's really, will be, one of the things I'm most excited about this real change is that the public sector people who work for our province that I talked about earlier are going to get an opportunity to bring their innovation now to their departments and really drive change because they want that. They want to make things better for Nova Scotians. They want to deliver services differently. And we believe by separating these two things into one, intergovernmental services will allow us to drive efficiencies internally, break down some of the silos that we have inside of government. And on the other side, the Service Nova Scotia piece will actually allow us to actually get more customer focused on the outside because the men and women who work for us in those departments recognize At the end of the day, as long as the experience of that person who's calling is a positive one, their day's been made better.
I recognize the honourable member from Dartmouth South.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks to the Premier for the answer. Also, thanks for pointing out the seating arrangements, and I opportunity to thank him for actually naming me his caucus whip, which is next to the door, which is very handy for fast exits. Mr. Premier, you did go into some discussion then with regards to the changes within the department and what may happen internally with regards to government operations. But I'd like a little more, if you could at all, on what the benefits are going to be to the average Nova Scotian who may be watching these proceedings this evening or is going to hear about them in the days and weeks ahead. What exactly are the benefits for Nova Scotians, which is the real key to what we all want to know here?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The benefit, first of all, the internal service piece will actually be able to drive what we believe are savings internally. It will allow us to look across our departments to be able to ensure that we're not at odds with one another departments. It's really tearing down those silos that all of us know exist inside of government by department. So this will allow us to deliver those services, whether or not it's the procurement, building maintenance, the IT sector, payroll, those things that we would be doing in individual departments now will be brought together under one roof, really under the leadership of Minister Gassoulis. And then the Service Nova Scotia piece, where my greatest hope is that Nova Scotians will see a difference in the way that we actually can deliver those services to the people. One of them is, as I said earlier, if you apply for a particular program or you qualify a particular program in 1 year, I think we need to become a little more proactive to ensure that you have the information if you still qualify the following year. It's amazing to me how many Nova Scotians don't realize some of the programs that we offer already for them. Senior property tax rebate was one that continues to jump out at me. How many new people who have missed it for a couple of years in my own constituency, and we've tried to communicate it to that from a constituency point of view, putting information out. It's been so I think part of that is us to becoming a little more proactive on that side and looking outward. But one of the things that, as I said earlier, that's been encouraging is that it will be embraced by the people who work in those departments, because you know, I don't want to speak for them, but at times there's a level of frustration sometimes when you don't get an opportunity to make the changes that you know will make a difference to the customer, to the person, to the Nova Scotian who's receiving that information. And they will have this opportunity to make that change. The changes we made in Service Nova Scotia Municipal Relations and having the Department of Municipal Relations really was to recognize the important role municipalities play in this province. I want to say under the leadership of Minister Furey, we're now having open dialogue between municipalities about the idea of actually sharing services. There's some talk about amalgamation, and to his credit, quite frankly, to the credit of the people that work in his department, we'd always talked in this House that we had to amalgamate a family of municipalities. Now we're allowing those that are needing an opportunity because the municipality may be challenging. The community that I live in, that I hold very near and dear to my heart, at Bridgetown, it's the town I grew up in, it's the school we went to, it's where we played hockey and basketball and all of the things. Even though I live in the county, it was considered my hometown. Has recognized that stuff has changed and that they need to reach out and change how their governance model at the municipal level. So we didn't say that everyone around them had to do it. We just agreed, okay, we'll help work with you, and the minister and his department is working with them to make that change. And no, Bridgetown won't disappear. The boundaries will still be there. The governance model will change. And I, for one, don't believe what makes a community is its governance model. What makes its community is the people that live in it, people who move about every day. And I know the good people of Bridgetown will respond in such a positive way to this. And we added into that department fire service, EMO, the things that municipalities have a role in, and the role that they can help make that change and deliver that. So we're very encouraged by the reception we received and the encouragement we got from municipalities for that change. And we're going to continue to help work with them so that quite frankly, that we, on all of our levels of government, respect each other's elected responsibilities, and that we work with them to the ends, which is actually making life better for their constituents, which in turn is our constituents.
I recognize the honourable member from Dartmouth South.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair, and I thank the Premier for his explanation to my question. If I could, I'd like to change gears ever so slightly, just a little, and go in a slightly different direction, and that is to ask the Premier about some of his other responsibilities in his office. Earlier this evening, a couple of these things were touched on, and one of the biggest things that sort of has struck my mind in the course of those questions was with regards to our military and our veterans and our servicemen and women. And much has been heard in the news over the past weeks and months regarding our service people and the treatment that they are receiving, particularly by our federal government, and the fact that it is downloading many of its constitutional responsibilities to provincial governments, unfairly, perhaps in many people's minds. One of the things, of course, that's the responsibility of the Premier's office is military services. And I'd like to ask the Premier, if he could, to explain a little further what exactly those responsibilities are and what his priorities are with regards to military services and relations with both military service people and with the federal government as well.
I recognize the Premier.
Now I know why we don't let him ask questions too often there. Thank you, member, for the question. You know, I've had the good fortune of living in the community that I live in now for much of my life, which is adjacent to next door to CFB Greenwood. I remember my uncle Bruce, who was a flight engineer, very kind to my family in our time of need. He and his wife Lillian were exceptional to my mother, and in turn to us as kids when she needed support. I remember growing up and getting a chance to go to Cornwallis, play hockey. Broke my wrist in that rink, if I remember correctly. Go to Greenwood to play hockey, and many of the time it was at a time when our role around the world was in peacekeeping. We spent much of our time going into places to try to prevent conflict and work with, and I know members from other, from the RCMP, from community policing are now serving in places doing the same thing. But that's shifted in many ways, really in the 90s through the last decade, to where we are now taking an active role in war. And we've lost sons and daughters as a country to their belief and their fight for freedom. I'm very proud of the fact that we are the only province in Canada that actually has a military relations department. As you know, falls under the federal government's purview that they control the administrative and regulatory piece around the armed forces here. But as a province, the military has played such an important role in building our city, quite frankly, in our history. We played such an important role in the war. Most recently, talking to a number of veterans who are wanting to recognize the role we played in the Battle of the Battle of the Atlantic. And in many ways, it's our story that we've yet to tell. You know, if a state in the United States had played the role we did in the Battle of the Atlantic, it would be recognized, there would be a holiday around it, it would be celebrated annually, the men and women who were part of that would be continually recognized, but we humbly go about our business saying thank you, and while we have a vessel here that actually signifies our contribution, and they're wanting to find a special way to work with the federal government and municipality and the province, that we build a museum to recognize the Battle of the Atlantic. We said we're very interested in being part of that conversation. One of the most impressive things about that battle is that in today's combat, we send our trained soldiers to battle. In those days, they were our farmers and our fishermen. They were people who believed they made the calling to go, and they left for a period of 4 or 5 years and then came home. It's when you think about that, how extraordinary that is. I don't know if I would have done it. when you really ask yourself and sit back and think of the tremendous contribution that the vets of the First and Second World War who were tapped, they just found it within themselves. The strength, many of whom didn't have to volunteer, volunteered. I think if we asked all of ourselves, would we do that, understanding, I don't know, what would our answer be? It's a difficult one. And they did it at a time, quite frankly, where there wasn't the kind of communications that you have today. You know, when you left, you left. Oftentimes letters were months late. You know, when you lost a loved one in battle, it was long after the fact. There's this great story, a neighbor of mine wrote a book, Gordon Hogan, From Farm Boy to Soldier. And he talks about going, he was in the Second World War and he was overseas. And another family in our community, the Hortons, John and Charlie, were also gone overseas. And they looked alike. And Gordon had heard that John had been killed in battle. But when he came to the city, he saw John. When he went up to him, he said, "Oh, John, am I ever glad to see you? And I thought you had been killed in battle." And it was Charlie who said, "I'm not John, I'm Charlie," and he was killed. And they were farm boys who answered the call here. So anything that we can do as a government to help recognize the contribution that is made by that generation of hard-working Nova Scotians and Canadians, we must do, quite frankly. It's why we're continuing to lobby the federal government to ensure we put in place some advocacy on their behalf, someone who's working with them. It's putting in places through some of the other departments that we're able to try to respond to some of the issues that they are faced with to pick up the slack. The challenge for us as a government is that we can't pick up every place that the federal government has divested themselves of. We can't continue to pick up the change in the healthcare funding, which is $23 million, another $18 million all of a sudden, and it's growing, and then continue to provide the services because the federal government has changed the way it funds it. The labor market agreement, which provides funding to a lot of literacy programs, community organizations that all of us actually use in our constituency to deliver services to Nova Scotians. We can't just continue to pick up where they pull away from. It's the same thing when it comes to the veterans' offices. We can't continue to pick up where they have left. We're going to do our part. We're going to do what we can. We're going to continue to advocate on behalf of veterans and all Nova Scotians that we get our fair share of services out of the federal government and their role to provide those. And we'll continue to do that. But I think our role is military relations. I think it's on May 9th. I think the date is when we're going to have a dinner, the True Patriot Love Dinner, which I have the privilege of co-chairing along with other Atlantic premiers. Here in Halifax, it'll be the second time it's been here. Had a great outpouring of affection for today's military families. Much of that money is in the Family Resource Center. It helps support members of the military who've been or families who've lost a loved one, children of some of our own sons and daughters. I actually know a couple of the families in this province who've lost a son personally. I know them in my day-to-day work. I've been in contact with them a lot. So it's just a great part of what role we can all play to recognize their great important contribution that they make to our province, to our country, and quite frankly, the contribution they're making globally. I will tell you, today I was at the Volunteer Awards ceremony, and what a privilege it was to be there. I was extremely excited to be there as the Premier. Joe Bashara from Yarmouth County was recognized for his work. Joe actually started the Memorial Club at Yarmouth Consolidated High School, and that club actually continues to promote and keep alive the contribution that Canadians and Nova Scotians made in the First and Second World War, and then it continued to evolve in the role and contribution we were making in today's conflicts. And when we started to lose sons of our own families, Joe's organization went out and fundraised money to build a silver cross for the fathers of the fallen soldiers. Typically, the mother would receive one, but that club and that organization went out and fundraised and built the Silver Cross, had Silver Cross made to provide to the fathers of those sons and daughters. When you watch, I've had the privilege of being at one of these ceremonies a few years ago, and when you watch the reaction of family members of a lost soldier, and the response and the respect that these young students provide to them, it is so heartwarming, and he's instilling in them a love of this country, a love of this province, and a responsibility that we all have to continue to keep alive, quite frankly, the tradition that we have in this province and in Atlantic Canada of continuing to punch way above our weight when it comes to military service. Many, many more Atlantic Canadians, percentage-wise, joined the military, served, been in part, and that was the case, quite frankly, in the Second World War. That we continue to recognize that, and we continue to hold our place in that. And we're thrilled to be able to help support them this year in a small way, and we'll continue to do that. But collectively, it is our collective responsibility to make sure that we continue to value the contributions that the military service has played in building this province and continue to provide to us as a province.
Recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair, and I thank the Premier for his answer, and I thank the Premier for his commitment to our military men and women. My grandfather was actually in the First World War. He was a lieutenant. Served in the First World War, was mustard gassed in Ypres. He was actually, many people will recall, of course, Newfoundland was not a part of Canada in the First World War. It was still one of the Commonwealth, part of the Commonwealth. So he was born and raised in Glasgow, Scotland, but was living in Newfoundland when he enlisted. He was one of the first 500, the Blue Patties, a very famous group of Newfoundlanders who went overseas to fight. And as I say, he's a lieutenant there. My mother was actually born while he was in the trenches, and I still have her birth notice that was sent to him while he was serving in the trenches. My mother then served as a WAF. My father was a Newfoundlander, was in the Royal 59th, the Royal Artillery, and he served in the Second World War, and he met my mom in Glasgow, and her father, who had survived the First War, was actually an air raid warden in Glasgow, so he was doing his service yet again. So they met in Glasgow, and the Newfoundlanders always used to go to my grandfather's house because he was so fond of the Newfoundlanders and would welcome them in. So I think it was important that we recognize our servicemen and women, and I'm glad to hear that the Premier has such a commitment. It does lead me to my final question to the Premier this evening, sir, and that is, it springs from that whole interrelationship between our province and the federal government with regards to all departments and your role as intergovernmental affairs. And if you could expound just a little, if you would, sir, on how you plan to bring some changes to the relationship between the province and the federal government in your capacity there, sir.
I recognize the honourable Premier.
Thank you, member, for the question. Before I take that, it slipped my mind the announcement that was made by the Minister of Health recently to actually begin MSI coverage on the very first day that a military family comes to this province. There's a great recognition on behalf of this department that we continue to welcome military families who come to this province and ensure that they can be able to take part, quite frankly, in the services that we provide as a province. One of the things that is actually, I think, is the greatest opportunity for us, and one of the things that we will need going forward, is a level of cooperation from the federal government on a whole host of issues. The issue around immigration was talked about earlier. It is important that we build a plan around immigration that not only recognizes where our greatest opportunity is to attract people to this great province, but that we need the federal government to be a willing partner in helping to lift that cap so that we can continue to bring people in and allow this province to become the diverse province it is. I'm always struck by the Lebanese community, quite frankly, in Nova Scotia. I always have a sense. I had the chance to go to the Lebanese chamber not too long ago, and I was struck by the reception they provide each other when they walk in. Here's young men and women, young men hugging young men, and they are hugging everyone, and yet when you realize, when you step back, they compete with each other in the business world. But yet, as a family, as a community, they've come together and they continue to grow. They have many lessons for the rest of the population, and they gave a great example about how we can drive immigration in a sustainable way, from continuing to build on the communities that we have, the Lebanese community, the Greek community, communities across this province. It's always been, my family immigrated here, but a long time ago. I've had the privilege of being born here and growing up in the community that I live in. So I only know the comfort of my community I was literally born in. To know what it's like to come to a different country, speaking a different language, having different foods, having different cultural experiences, how frightening that must be, and how at the same time exciting it must be to begin a new life with your loved ones, part of your loved ones, not all of them. So anything that we can do to continue to provide a community, because ultimately that's all any of us want. Ultimately, we just want to be part of a community. Sometimes that's our family, and sometimes it's a broader sense of houses that live around us. It's sometimes the town we live in. But for new Nova Scotians, new Canadians, that family is sometimes pretty restricted. And oftentimes the people who leave this province are leaving to go into parts of Canada where there is a bigger community that they can attach themselves to because of it's from the same country that they immigrated from to this province. So what the Lebanese community has done such a tremendous job of is embracing each other, and with an eye on, always with a focus on the future. And everyone knows I'm from a big family, so I find that same kind of, you celebrate everyone's successes. You support one another when you're in difficult times, and when you do something wrong, you get lots of people to tell you you've been wrong, to kind of straighten you out in a hurry. And that's where I think the success has been in our immigration policies in the past. You go back to the 50s, when the Dutch settled here, in the farming communities, across much of rural Nova Scotia. Many of those families are still here. But if you go back and look historically, what bound them together was that they were within a level of proximity to one another that they could at least connect with a family of Dutch descent. And they also were connected by religion. They continued to practice a religion together. And if you look at many of them in local communities, many of the Dutch families belong to the same religion in that community because it was a way for them to stay connected from people who came from the same land they did, same country they did, but wanted to a new experience and see new opportunity for the next generation of their children. And if you look at the agricultural sector across this province, you will see and continue to see Dutch family names associated with farms in Antigonish County, in Annapolis County, in Scotia, all across this province. Up in Cape Breton, there's a few of them, have been connected to this province. And if you look at the next generation, they're also continuing to build and grow in those respective communities. And some of them, in my view, have a greater appreciation for this province than some of us who've been here for long periods of time, because they have a comparison. I feel very blessed to be living in the house I grew up in. I feel very blessed to be living in a little community outside of Upper Granville. I feel very blessed to be part of a community. And that's what I believe our immigration policy needs to be focused on, is how do we continue to build community in a way that we continue to attract more people to this province in a way that allows us to meet the ever-changing and growing demand we're going to need for skilled workers. I will say this to you. One of the things that I think we need to be careful about is that we always talk about we need to have a skilled this or skilled that. You know what? All we need are good people. if good people want to come and live here and work hard, they'll find their niche. And sometimes it's the next generation that we will see being the builders around this city, or the doctors, or quite frankly the pharmacists, or all of the other professions that we're looking for. That is such a, I think we need to be careful how far down the road we go when we start pushing people into hitting certain criterias, and we need to continue to make sure that we're an opening, welcoming province. Ruth Goldblum, Dr. Ruth, who everyone knows, knew, she was, said, you know, greatest immigration policy that you can have as a Nova Scotian is as each Nova Scotian should embrace a new immigrant in a way that invites them into our traditions and share in their traditions, even if we only do it once in our life. You know, bring them in at Christmas time if they're alone. Let them share in the experience that how you as a family celebrate it, or vice versa. Go in to be part of how the traditions that may come from their individual families and homeland in a positive way. And it goes back to that, making people feel welcomed and part of a community. One of the things, you got me on to such a great topic around immigration, and I see it, quite frankly, see it as our answer. And we do all of the other stuff right, but if we don't grow the population, it's going to be really difficult for any government in this region to move forward. One of the things that we've tried to do as a new government is work in a more collaborative way here in Atlantic Canada to continue to provide leadership on a number of files. It's been talked about, the lobster fishery has been talked about in this House, and we've invested $250,000 for a lobster marketing thing. So I want you to think about this for a sec. I want you to think about the oddity of this. For a period of time, we've been buying lobster on local wharves for $3 a pound. $3 a pound. And at the same time, we're going around the world talking about the valuable commodity it is, which it is. It's an absolute, it's something that we've been known for and attached to, but in the same token, we need to make sure that we're treating it that way at home, that we're sending the right signal to people that we're willing to pay ourselves. And when we pay the proper amount, any additional that we're paying, that money spins around in the local coastal communities and drives the economy. Deckhands get paid more. Buy cars locally. People be able to spend that money in the local community to continue to build economic development. But we as a region in Atlantic Canada, we as Nova Scotians, need to value that commodity here at home to continue to make sure that we quite frankly, that we send the right signal around the globe that we believe that that's a valuable commodity, one that we're going to continue to promote, find markets for. At the same time, recognizing, sending the right message to the fishermen across this province that we appreciate what you do, that we value what you do, and that we're prepared to treat you properly and fairly for that commodity. That's why I'm excited for the Minister to continue to work and build on that relationship in and around with our neighbouring partners here to make sure that we can continue to go forward. One of the things that you may have heard more recently is around the European Free Trade and the trade deal. There are some challenges associated with the delivery of that, but it's a golden opportunity for us as a region to continue to grow and expand. One of the things that I'm hoping that the federal government will do and work with us is to provide support to ensure that we continue to train businesses and business leaders to think about exporting. You know, we all know who the major exporters are in this province, and quite frankly, they'll succeed despite their governments. They've figured it out. They're going. What we need to make sure is that the next level of business owners in this province recognize it's possible for them to also trade. Not just, and if you're trading into the U.S., why not think about trading into Europe? If you're not trading at all, how come? What can we do to start that conversation? What we need to do with the support of the federal government is to ensure that we've very clearly laid out to those businesses what will be required as you go into Europe, as you go into Asia, how different it is to do business in those countries, on those continents. how important it is that we make sure we do the due diligence at home, and also making ourselves understand that we can actually compete. We have a great port, we have a tremendous airport, we have great transportation infrastructure here, that we can move goods and services in and out of this province. We can move goods and services not only into Europe, we can move goods and services into the rest of Canada by maximizing these great assets that we have. Been very encouraged by that. Today, the Minister of Economic Development and I met with a company that's doing work all around the world. They have an operation here, they're looking to grow, and they talked about our time zone, how important it was that they could actually here work in Europe as well as in Western Canada to make sure that they could do it the same day, in the same business day. They were commenting on the fact with our university sector how we were growing and building great employees. And one of the most gratifying piece was they talked about they could start work at 6 o'clock in the morning, and people were willing to show up at 6 o'clock in the morning to continue to meet markets where they were working into. That is such a positive asset that many of us don't talk about, which is our time zone, and what a difference that we make and what a difference that we can make to make sure that we deliver on our commitments as our partner in the great federation that we have. One of the things that I think we need to continue to do, though, is recognizing we can play an important role in the Federation of Canada. Oftentimes, people dismiss our role because we're a small province. But you know what? We have always played a positive role when you look at when our country has faced difficult times. It's been Nova Scotians and Atlantic Canadians that have always stood the test of time, whether it's in conflict, whether it is ensuring that we look after the most vulnerable citizens in our province, whether it is that we share a value as Atlantic Canadians, as Nova Scotians, that I believe are Canadian values, that when we're doing well, we have a responsibility to ensure we have a social infrastructure that responds to our citizens who are not doing well. And as Nova Scotians, we've continued to always build on those public institutions that have made a difference in the lives of people who are having a difficult day. And we can continue to be a strong message for the country, because I often think we're moving away from that for a period of time where it's kind of all and you're on your own. Well, that's not my view of Canada, and I don't think it's the view for most Canadians. Most Canadians recognize that they, quite frankly, have difficult days. They want to make sure there's something there for them, and when they're succeeding, they want to be able to contribute to an infrastructure that helps families and individual Nova Scotians and Canadians to provide them with the helping hand that they require in such a positive way. And we can continue to deliver that message. As I stand here today, we're going to find out what's happening in Quebec. Well, I'm just glad I'm glad whatever the name of that little party is, that it's one that has a national view. I think. Well, Jean Charest led that party. He's also led the federal Conservative Party, but Jean Charest believed in Canada. And it was more important that he was part of a Federalist party in Quebec to make sure that we continue to keep the institution of Canada alive and well. It's ironic that everyone around the world looks at our country as a place to be, a place that respects diversity, a place that celebrates our differences, and oftentimes in our own country, we allow that to be what divides us as opposed to what should unite us and celebrate us together. So as part of that portfolio, I'll get an opportunity to meet the new Premier. And I want you to know it bothers me a little bit that he's been elected with a beard. But well, I actually had a good start on mine this weekend, but when I was growing it back, it was coming in a lot whiter than when it left. So I've decided that I would leave that alone, but it actually sends a good signal for the country that we have a Federalist Party in Quebec, one that will be looking towards how do we ensure that we have energy security in this country, that we share those energy issues around regions. We make sure that Canadians can continue to capitalize on the things that will connect us, as well as making sure that I'm getting more papers here, as well as making sure that we continue to build the great federation of Canada. And for all of that that divides us, there are many more things that unite us in such a positive way, and we're going to continue to do that. Today I spoke with Premier Giz about the Council of Canadian Premiers that's going to take place this summer in PEI, talking about the issues that we need to put on the table to ensure that as Canadian Premiers that we focus on the things of a national importance. And it's quite interesting. My first meeting there, one of the things that I thought was that each Premier would go with their own provincial agenda, and they often did. And we talked about our own particular issues, but at the end of the day, whether it was the Premier of Alberta or the Premier of Prince Edward Island, they brought it back to what was in our collective interest of the national government and the country of Canada. And it was heartwarming, quite frankly, and I think very positive. And I'm looking forward to meet the new Premier of Quebec and excited about that opportunity. Madam Chair, I'm not sure how much time I have left. Well, I need to read a resolution. Can I do that as part of that? Can I do that to end off my, Madam Chair? It's be it resolved that the sum not exceeding $3,662,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respects to the Aboriginal affairs pursuant to the estimates. As well, be it resolved that the sum not exceeding $7,170,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect to the Executive Council pursuant to the estimate. And further be it resolved that the sum not exceed $3,028,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect to the internal government affairs pursuant to the estimates. I would continue with the rest of those, Madam Chair, for my colleagues, but I think I'll stop at these three for myself.
Thank you. Shall the resolution stand? The resolution is stood. I recognize the Honourable House Leader.
Madam Chair, I move that the Committee, Whole House and Supply, do now rise and report to the House.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on Supply reports.
That the Committee of the Whole on Supply has met, has made progress, and begs leave to sit again.
I recognize the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. That concludes the government's business for this evening. We will meet tomorrow on Tuesday, April 8th, from the hours of 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. Following the daily routine and question periods, we will move to Committee of the Whole House on Supply to continue the debate on the estimates. And should time permit, after debate on estimates, we'll be looking to do second reading on Bill number 35, along with Bills number 41 and 42, which were introduced today. With that, Madam Speaker, I move that the House do now rise to meet again at the hours of 2 to 10 p.m. tomorrow.
The motion is for the House to arise and meet again tomorrow between the hours of 2 and 10 p.m. All in favor? Contrary-minded? The House is adjourned.